Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Public Education Commission. It is Friday, June 21st, 2024, and it is 9:09 a.m. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Beck to do roll, please.
Sure. Commissioner Manus,
I'm here in body and spirit.
Commissioner Armijo,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. Not here. Commissioner Burt,
Here.
Commissioner Ingham, here. Commissioner Koshasillage, Commissioner Brower,
Here.
Chair Gibson,
Here.
Vice Chair Carrillo, here. Secretary Beck, here. There is a quorum of 9, and there are 9 commissioners present,
And no one on Zoom. Thank
and
you.
no one on Zoom.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask people now to stand for the pledge and the New Mexico salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I do believe Commissioner Brower is going to read the PEC mission and vision today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The PEC's vision is as follows. All students and families residing in New Mexico, regardless of background or circumstance, will experience equitable access to a diverse array of innovative, high-quality public schools where students will learn, thrive, and realize their full potential. The mission: authorize and support public charter schools for innovative, equitable, choice-driven education where all New Mexico students learn and thrive. Our value statements, our values set the tone for how we operate and how we expect New Mexico state-authorized charter schools to operate and communicate with us and their communities. And our values are as following. And I'm just going to read the each of the values and not the sentences beyond them. Transparency, consistency, respect, student-centered excellence, and equity and inclusion.
Thank you. And before we start the rest of the agenda, Commissioner Taylor is not here today because his father unfortunately passed away. So we want to express our condolences to Commissioner Taylor. It's also come to my attention that Commissioner Ingham's father has fairly recently passed away. Yeah, we were unaware of it. So we want to express our condolences, and also to Dr. Amador. His father recently passed away. So we want to express our condolences from the PEC. So thank you all. We are now on to item number 2, which is the approval of the agenda.
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Beck. And because we have no one on Zoom, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 3, which is public comment. We have some folks on Zoom and we have folks here. So we're going to take the Zoom people first, and then we'll take the live people here. We ask that you try to limit yourself to 2 minutes. You will get a warning. And if you're excessively exceeding that 2 minutes, we will ask you to stop. We're trying to give everyone the time that they need, but we also want to be fair and not just let people ramble on. So thank you. So Missy, first person?
Thank you, Chair. Our first person is Pete Schnettler. And please spell your name for the court reporter. I will start the timer after you have spelled your name.
P-E-T-E, last name S-C-H-N-E-T-T-L-E-R. I have done an analysis on Alma Darte based on data available on the PED website using the latest information that compares Alma to other high schools in Las Cruces, as well as other charter schools in New Mexico that have provided scores versus estimates. What I found would indicate that the school is doing about average compared to other schools. In looking at areas that would be affected most if there is a problem with student morale, one would think that attendance and graduation scores would reflect a problem. But in looking at 2022 to 2023 attendance data, Alma came in 4th out of 6 Las Cruces high schools. They also tied the Tier 1 attendance for all New Mexico high schools. Another area of concern would have been graduation rates. Again, Alma was within 2 points of average grade rates, graduation rates for all high schools across New Mexico. 2 charter schools in Las Cruces did far worse than Alma when it came to graduation. For English and language arts proficiency, Alma was 3rd in Las Cruces, while matching the ELA proficiency for all New Mexico high schools at 36%. Areas of concern were in math and science proficiency. Both areas put Alma at the bottom for high schools in Las Cruces, as well as at charter schools in New Mexico. I've asked a board member about this and was told that they are aware of it and have a plan in place to address it, which included terminating the prior math and science teachers and monitoring the performance. In looking at the PED data, I do not see a reason for terminating Alma's charter or to replace the board. The data speaks for itself. There are issues with math and science, but they are being addressed. All the other concerns would be subjective and would not take into consideration the performance measured by the PED. I plan to post this analysis to social media, including links to the source data, so that the PEC, public, and media can look for themselves at how well Alma is performing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker is Cindy Delanoy. Again, please spell your name for the court reporter, and I will start the timer when you are done spelling your name.
Okay, can I hear me? Am I there?
Yes, you are. Please remember to spell your name, Cindy.
Okay, Cindy Delanoy, Delanoy. I am with the Save Alma group. I have spoken before in the past. First, I would like to address the past comment. He claims that Alma is doing great and so much better. I would like to ask how many of those schools this year had a student suicide? How many of those schools this year have had so many complaints against their council and their direct administrators? I don't think I've heard as many as this as our schools. If there has been any, certainly not as many. So that analysis really has zero bearing on what's truly going on behind the scenes at Alma. I have come today to make this quite personal. I've been keeping it back in the back for a long time, but today I come to say that it is quite obvious that the council at Alma is very lacking in character, ethics, and morals to have hired the administrator that they did, knowing full well that he had a history of bullying and destroying student artwork for an art school. The fact that they have continued to support him when faced with all of the so-called disgruntled parents that have actual legitimate complaints. This school is looking at lawsuits, not just complaints. We have a suicide of a student that is directly related to bullying at the school, not just by students that was not addressed, but by an administrator, a man who claims that he only thrusts his chest out at students because he has arthritis in his back and he's stretching his shoulders. I have arthritis in my back. I stretch my shoulders, but I certainly don't do it at children trying to intimidate them. That is assault. I am disgusted with the entire ordeal that is going on with this whole thing as far as the people that are in charge of Alma and the people that are in charge of the people in charge of Alma. It has gone entirely too far and there has been nothing done. It's disgusting and revolting, and it shows a complete and utter lack of morals, ethics, and character. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next in the room, we have Kim Skaggs. That's what I said in the room. No, sorry. In person, we have Kim Skaggs. Please, up there.
Yeah, there's a green light that'll come on with that mic.
Got it. Good morning. My name is Kimberly Skaggs, KIMBERLYSKAGGS. 1K, 2 Gs. I've prepared a statement. I'm going to go ahead and read it. I understand the role of a board member. We must adhere to state and federal laws, assess academic data, oversee the business operations, set the budget, and at the same time consider concerns and comments from stakeholders. It is imperative that we remain impartial. It has been said by a member of this committee that the governing council should be removed. Spoken words to parents and students. Imagine the shape Alma would be in if the governing council was non-existent. We would still have a principal CAO that promoted mismanagement, had no concern for academic improvement, continuously lied to and misled the GC, governing council, as well as the state, and hindered all growth within the school. While cleaning up years of mismanagement, fraud, and general malfeasance, which included payments to a contracted medical provider for services that were not rendered, missing assets, and misuse of school membership accounts, the GC, business manager, and CAO have cleaned up multiple issues. The GC and our new principal CAO have managed to enforce existing policies, most importantly, the attendance for success policy. Students who do not attend do not learn. This policy has been proven to increase proficiency when enforced. We are a fully functioning art charter high school. Over the last year, the GC has served despite threats, property damage to our homes, little help from the state, and to top it all off, I was approached by a member of the media very recently and advised to resign and told that I was committing political suicide by remaining in my position. The most recent set of threats were Monday night at our GC meeting. We were pointed at, threatened professionally and personally. I believe in our students. I believe in this school, and I will not quit.
Thank you.
Next to speak is Dr. Jennifer Gomez Chavez.
Do I have to spell my last name?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
Gomez-Chavez. Buenos dias, commissioners. I'm honored to be here today. I'm Jennifer Gomez Chavez, a retired educator from the University of New Mexico and a community leader advocating for educational issues statewide and nationally. I am here in support of Dr. Amador and Alma de Arte Charter School. Dr. Amador has been a long-standing educator and community leader throughout the state of New Mexico for the last 20 years. During his career, he has made a significant and positive impact on students and families toward achieving their educational and professional goals. This speaks to Dr. Amador's commitment, dedication, and passion to student success, which continues to guide him as a servant leader, providing access and resources to students and the community. Dr. Amador joined Alma de Arte Charter School, bringing his authentic servant leadership to advance student success. He uses an asset-based approach that focuses on the belief that each student can reach their full potential by creating a supportive learning environment where students can thrive. With this said, I encourage you to provide him the fair and ample time that is needed to respond and implement the recommendations from the corrective action plan. I have actually witnessed Dr. Amador's work throughout the many years. Let's continue to honor the good work that is being accomplished and represent the students and families that have indicated a meaningful learning experience, which I believe is being forgotten. Those voices are being forgotten during this investigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The next to speak is Dr. Adam Amador.
Dr. Adam Amador, AMA, DOR. Madam Chair, members of the commission, usually we only hear bad news, but I want to share a lot of good news in the last year that we've accomplished at Alma. We're starting a new hospitality, tourism, and restaurant program there at Alma for our students to have pathways. So we partnered with New Mexico State University and received letters of support. In addition to that, we've partnered with Mesilla Valley Jazz and Blues, and we're starting a jazz conservatory at the school to feed the thirst for jazz. Also, we got a mariachi grant. A mariachi group will be starting there. We've opened up a gallery for students specifically to showcase our student work. Our students won the Taste of Las Cruces last night, our culinary students. So we're very proud of that. In addition, our dance team won first place at the NMSU dance competition in February. We are partnered with Latinos in Action, and MESA is actually coming in so we can move into a STEAM program at Alma. Our students acquired over $100,000 in scholarships to New Mexico State University. We graduated 35 enrolled seniors. We offered them a senior sunset and a robing ceremony, which had never been done at the school. And the graduation was standing room only, and I anticipated a couple hundred people, but there was over 400 to celebrate our students and what we're accomplishing at Alma. So I wanted to thank you for this opportunity and know that the school is thriving and growing in spite of everything else going on. And as you'll see today, we were, in spite of some of the things that happened in my personal life, we were able to meet most of the metrics that you guys asked for. So thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rochelle Pugh Swafford.
Good morning. My last name is Peugh-Swafford, Swafford. I'm the Governance Council Chairperson, and want to thank you guys for having us here today. I want to share with you how amazing Alma de Arte is. It's an amazing school, and it's filled with very talented students. Like Dr. Amador said last night, our students were voted best of in the Taste of Las Cruces. And they served cookies that they cooked themselves. And even though it's summer break, they came in and cooked the cookies on Wednesday and Thursday and then served them last night. It was really exciting for those kids to get to be part of that. Our new administration is making positive changes and challenges for our students, bringing them opportunities that they've never had before at Alma. We have a gallery. It's for students, and students are working there as well to learn how a gallery works so that when they get out of high school or college, they know what it's like to work in a gallery. We have an award-winning dance team and a lowrider bike design and build program that is really very cool. Kids are excited about what's going on at Alma. We are making the changes that we need to make this school better. We're on the right track. We're making a huge difference in the lives of the students in our community, and we want to continue on that path. Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Trujillo.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Trujillo, Trujillo. I'm a parent from Alma de Arteaga Charter School. I'm actually one of the parents that was mentioned in the last PEC meeting. I'm the parent with the ombud that was out of town. What head administrator forgot to mention was that since winter of 2022, I've been trying to get my son's bed services. I understand he wasn't there at the time, but the dean of students was. It was her job to inform him of what was going on. My first initial meeting with him, he had no knowledge of my son's medical diagnosis, 3 actually. He admitted he hadn't even looked at the paperwork. I have emails, recorded conversations, 1.5 years of proof of me trying to work with the school. They failed my son and they failed other students. They've threatened parents, ran off amazing and caring teachers who love the school and love the students. They've ran off students who need this small school setting to thrive in their education. I was actually that parent that pointed at them the night of the governing board meeting, but I apologized several times. I wanted them to feel how my son did when the head administrator was inches from his face, yelling at him because he wanted to know who the lady was that he was left alone in a room with. Still no knowledge of who this lady was. Certain members of the governing board and the dean of students should be removed from their positions. The administrator should realize he's not the biggest rooster in the barrio. He needs to humble himself a lot, admit he was wrong in handling a lot of situations, and at least try to work with parents and students to bring Alma Arte back to where it once was, or remove himself. It seems like an endless cycle. We parents will not back down. Administrator will not admit to their wrongdoings. We need to find a common ground and do something before Alma Arte is shut down. If I could just really quick, not all negative. My daughter attended Explorer Academy this year. First year out of 3 years being homeschooled. And it was a wonderful experience for her. She got all A's all year. The principal, the former and current, has been amazing. If I have an issue, they call back within that week. So Las Cruces Academy Charter, or the elementary, they've been amazing. Explorer Academy. They've been amazing. And I really hope that the administrator here will take that into consideration and work with parents and students. Thank you.
Cindy, I just saw your chat. Can you actually hear us?
Yes, I'm able to hear everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Jana Holguin.
And if I could just ask you before, could you shut that other mic off? Because we could end up with an echo. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jana Holguin, last name Holguin. Good morning, esteemed members of the Public Education Commission. I am here to express my profound disappointment and frustration with the administration and governing board of Alma. Despite numerous concerns presented to the community, Alma's leadership has consistently failed to listen or take appropriate action. This disregard is evident in the refusal to engage with the Save Alma group despite strong recommendations from the PEC commissioners. Requests for meetings with the governing council have been denied, showcasing their blatant unwillingness to hear the community's voice. During recent public comment sessions, board members have displayed disgraceful and unprofessional behavior. They failed to adhere to the Alma Governing Council bylaws, specifically Article 2F and Article 5E, which mandate that members conduct themselves with courtesy and respect. Instead, we were met with eye rolls and dismissive attitudes. This behavior is unacceptable and demonstrates profound disrespect for the community they are supposed to serve. The board approved the OMA resolution for next year and removed the posting of meeting notices and agendas on social media despite established precedent. The OMA resolution redraft was not completed by the May 30th deadline per the AG OMA noncompliance requirement and was voted on June 3rd and again June 17th. This lack of adherence to deadlines and transparency is troubling. Alma remains out of compliance with special education services, lacking a SPED coordinator or ancillary staff to provide required IEP and 504 services. As noted last month, and as of 6/2024, the financial reports from February, March, and April are the exact same document, highlighting a severe lack of transparency and accountability. The failures extend to administrative duties as well. Despite claims on the school's website that transcripts are processed every Friday, my requests from June 2nd and June 13th for official transcripts remain unfulfilled. This delay is yet another example of the administration's inefficiency. Alma's governing council is legally obligated to ensure the school operates within the boundaries of all applicable laws and regulations. However, the school has consistently failed to provide necessary SPED services despite receiving funding. They allowed Catholic Charities to provide mental health services, violating separation between church and state. Numerous students were involuntarily disenrolled without due process, as confirmed by a resigned board member, and emails to students who are involuntarily disenrolled. The council's dereliction of duty, I know I'm just going to finish this. The council's dereliction of duty is further evident in their failure to supervise the principal effectively. While the principal aims to implement new programs such as a hospitality and tourism program, Alma is not even adhering to the charter and remains non-compliant. Despite Alma being in breach of contract under his leadership, the board unanimously extended the principal's contract through the 2024-2025 school year without any changes. This decision underscores their negligence and lack of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Janet Van Coben.
Good morning, everyone. We meet again. Thank you for having all of us. Janet Van Coblane, Janet, last name 2 words, VAN space COBLIJN. As you know, we've been working to save Alma, whether it's working with the administration and the governing council or throughout the community. We're 300 members strong on Facebook. This is the first time I think you've heard from what apparently is the opposition. But you've been hearing from us all this year. And as I stated when I was here 2 months ago, this is just a microcosm of a bigger issue whereby we have a volunteer organization that is overseeing repeated years of failure, financial, academic, administrative, legal failures that no one has the authority to disband, to abolish. They have supervision over public funds, state funds, public education, and yet they are answerable to no one. There's something wrong here. We've tried to, we're so far beyond trying to engage with them. They are not interested. They're not interested in listening to their community. They're not interested in understanding that they're being lied to consistently by their one employee. The failure of the previous principal is squarely on their shoulders as well. This is a corrective action plan for the previous year. It's not even addressing all the atrocities of this year. So we have engaged with the Attorney General. We have engaged with the ACLU. We have engaged with the NAACP. The media, not only have we engaged with them, they have sought us out. Because, as I should have said the other night at the board meeting, it's undemocratic and un-American. And there's a reason why New Mexico is 50th in education. And I'm not saying you all are responsible. This is beyond your purview. And I want to thank you because though you are volunteers and though I listened to some of what you discussed yesterday, I know you give your all and more to what you're doing. And I cannot say the same for what is going on at Alma de Arte. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Kim Height Pope.
Microphone, microphone.
Yes, they just signed up.
Dr. Height Pope does not wish to speak. What about Kelly Loudermilk? Okay, then we are done with public comment.
Thank you very much. And thank you. We are now on to item number 4, which is school highlights and spotlight. Do we have Commissioner Beck, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to say on May 24th, I attended the School of Excellence, Edgar Allan Poe, Smash Poetry with Secretary Romero. It was phenomenal, 8th grade students. Being able to dramatically show their wins and how passionate they were. And then on May 29th,
Sorry, this is.
at School of Excellence, the 8th graders, along with Deputy Secretary DeBell, they did a oral research debate, which was fantastic. So these kids are amazing kids, and it was a pleasure being there. Thanks.
So, oh, I'm sorry. You have your hand up? No, you can go. I thought you were just fiddling.
Thank you. I was giving snaps to Commissioner Beck. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Madam Chair. On May 29th, I had the privilege to join the Montessori Elementary Middle School's 8th grade graduation or promotion, and I was really lucky enough to be their keynote speaker. And it was my first keynote job I ever had. And it was just wonderful to be there with several dozen 8th graders who just came back from Poland and other Europe, like Eastern Bloc countries and Europe. And just hearing the stories on the side when I was there, and just the impact of experiences like that our charter schools offer. I know that we focus in on academics and culturally responsive pedagogy, and then just thinking about the great gifts that many of our charters have to provide other kind of life-altering opportunities in this way. And so I'm just really thankful for the work that Montessori School does. It was a privilege to join them for that special day. And I'm just really thankful for all of our charter schools and really stepping up and providing some really excellent opportunities for our children. Thank you.
So there was an article in, I think it was the Albuquerque Journal, but it was about the top 25 elementary schools in the state. So I just want to list off the charter schools that fell into that category, because it's actually quite a few. And I had to take snapshots, it wouldn't let me. Taos Integrated School for the Arts, Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School, New Mexico International School, Albuquerque School of Excellence, the Montessori Elementary and Middle School, Explore Academy, Albuquerque. That's it. So congratulations to all of them. It is, it is what we're here to support. So great job for everyone. And I'm going to be attending actually New America's graduation on the 26th of this month. I'm sorry.
You go.
Let's not fight over this, children.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Rio Gotha. I went to their end of year arts performance, and I think you can have no idea what this is about, and the art
Microphone, please.
actual academics is so apparent from the very beginning. Oh, the arts integration is apparent in that school from the very beginning when you walked in, and they had lots of artwork, some more, traditional artwork that you would expect, but then also artwork about the human body and the science of that they learned, and how their art was they learned science through art. I mean, you can just see the integration in there. And then going into the performances and having little kindergartners do a rain performance because they learned about the rain cycle, right? I mean, it was beautiful. I mean, it was hard for me to be like, these aren't my kids. Why am I so emotionally invested? I don't know any of these children, but just to see all of their families just so proud of what their students accomplished that year. And I just want to also give a huge shout out to the next generations, because the level of intimacy and exposure that they gave in giving their art out to people. They did, the seventh graders did poems about who they were, and it was so deep and meaningful. I mean, not surface level at all, which I could never have imagined in my day, like exposing ourselves in that way to emotions and feelings. So just really happy to see, the next generation coming up and what that looks like for them. I also got to go to Altura Prep's end of year celebration, which was so fascinating. I mean, it was a packed house. I think every family brought their entire family to see their students just go through the school. And the level of excitement, one of my favorite parts was going upstairs in their campus, and all the kids who were going from 3rd to 4th grade being like, this is where I'm going to be next year. This is so cool. Like, that's where the big kids go, in the elementary school. So just a reminder of the excitement that students have, and they do have such a love of learning naturally. So just being able to hone in on that. And I mean, they were so excited about being able to learn upstairs the next year. How cool is that, So just a reminder of like, our kids want to learn, our kids want to express themselves, and I'm grateful for charters being able to give them multiple ways to express themselves, academic, like having that academic focus, and in other ways as well. So thank you for those schools for inviting me, and grateful I was able to go.
They keep sending me the invitations to Rio Gotha, and it's like, but it's like, we're gonna keep until you come. Commissioner Carrillo.
It was that time of year, graduations, and I had the pleasure, I mean, because of the way things are scheduled with our meetings, it's hard sometimes because people have their graduations on the same day. I was able to attend two. First, I totally remember being a 6th grader and being the big man at the elementary school, right? And how cool that is. Then you move on to 7th. I was in LA, and it was 7, 8, 9 was junior high school in California. And then all of a sudden you're no longer the big person anymore. But anyway, so I was able to attend Tierra and Cantata for the first time, and I learned so much about the school. Also, pretty much every child at the school takes a minimum 4 years of language, and they graduate with 30 credits. And they've just done a complete turnaround at that school, and the board and the head administrator are just phenomenal. But the thing that really stood out, and I'm going to shout out for her today, her name is Natalie, and I would imagine almost everyone in this room at one point or another has heard Jimi Hendrix do the Star Spangled Banner solo electric guitar, or Carlos Santana, right? She did it. And not only was it so brave to do that, being a senior in high school, she just knocked it out of the park. And I just love that. Kudos to Natalie and Tia, and then was able to attend Monte del Sol. And the kids basically design their commencement. So it doesn't start with pomp and circumstance, which I don't know about you, I get tired of that. But so they had the Yo-Yo Ma cello solo, I can't remember the movement, but it was just it was moving, actually. Well, I don't find pomp and circumstance moving whatsoever. And then they just a really wonderful, from the Pueblo, Native American blessing and dance. It was just very different the way they did theirs. And students that want to speak. Luckily, it wasn't all of them. That would have lasted a little long, but it just a wonderful, different way to do things.
and acknowledging and respecting their kids. So it's the time of year that we are able to attend things, and it reminds us why we do the work. You know, because the kids, you know, for all we hear about New Mexico, there are kids here that do extremely well in all schools, and there's a lot to be proud of in New Mexico. Yeah, we have challenges, a lot to be proud of. That's it.
I do want to say I didn't attend, but I did see pictures of the sunrise. And they were beautiful. They really were. That was lovely. I thought that was a really nice touch, and I talked to some commissioners about that, to be able to offer that to students. So I just wanted to, you kind of reminded me of that, so thank you. Commissioner Beck.
One last quick one. The Vista reports finally came out. And the state chartered schools, 42% of them were Spotlight. And Spotlight is the top 25%. So kudos to all the work done in those state charters.
2% of the spotlights were charters. Is that what you said?
42% of the charters were Spotlight. 42% of the charters were Spotlight.
All charters.
Of the state chartered of ours.
Meaning a disproportion, my calculation was 36%, but it's still statewide, it's 25% of all schools are spotlight schools. If 36% of ours are spotlight schools, the state charter sector is doing better.
Yeah. Yeah.
The state, which is the Ames in Albuquerque. So we have a lot to be proud of in our state charters.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Armijo.
Thank you. I do one more. I wasn't able to attend Rio Galfa's art performance. I was invited to that and I couldn't go, but I did go to their mural opening and it was beautiful. They work with Working Classroom and the artist there was lovely, and it was, you know, that school is right, I mean, like 3 minutes away from my house. So it's I love going down there and I love the administration there. I also want to highlight the Mark Armijo Academy. 4 students were invited to attend the John Hopkins Everyone Graduate Center's National School Redesign Showcase, where they presented on various policy makers. They presented to various policy makers on student agency, which is really cool. And they design their own programs and design their own, you know, to make it feel there so that policy change can happen with what they feel would be best. So just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last week, I left the conference, our charter school conference, to attend a graduation and promotion of 8th graders at DEAP in Navajo, New Mexico. And oh my gosh, I was just sitting there very emotional, the same way you were, Rebecca. And mainly because this little 8th grader recited the vision and the mission of the school and did it with such feeling and understanding. I mean, that's what really moved me, is that he actually understood what he's reading about. And then throughout the ceremony, he would constantly encourage people to take care of themselves. Look at yourselves, with understanding where you are with your health. And I thought, my gosh, was I like that in 8th grade? I mean, he just seemed so informed. I was very impressed with the graduation class. They had a graduation of 6. And one of the graduates explained how he really appreciated the school, that during COVID, he walked, I don't remember how many miles, just to get to school. He said he got up early and walked to school. And, you know, that's a very rural area. And he had to walk down the mountain. And I mean, I looked at where he had to walk from. That was quite a ways that he walked, but he said he didn't want to miss school. And he said he would have never done that for his other school and his teachers, but he did it for this. And he was there every day. So that was very encouraging to hear. And it was just really nice to see our work in action. That was what was very moving to me as well. So I really enjoyed that, and I can understand what everybody else saw and appreciated from their school too. Thank you.
Mr. Manus?
I wanted to give 3 shout outs. One to Charter School Division for the awesome conference you guys put on and all the work you put into that. So congrats. I also wanted to give a shout out to the student performances that we saw at the conference. Those were fantastic. It was very moving to be sitting in the room and to have those performances that we were able to witness. So I don't have any charter schools in my district, so that was an opportunity for me to see some student performances. And the last shout out that I wanted to give were to our presenters at the charter school conference, because the presenters, they put in a lot of work. You could tell the presentations that I attended, they put in a lot of work, a lot of thought into how they could make a difference and how governing board members, even authorizers, teachers could make a difference in their school. So I really do appreciate all the work that was put into it, from the charter school division to the presenters to the student performances to Buster. It was a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are on to item number 4, which is the consent agenda. Does anyone? Oh, sorry, item number 5. Does anyone have anything to take off? If not, entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Burt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Item number 6, discussion of possible action. Oh, no, we don't have a 6. We didn't take anything off. Item number 7, discussion of possible action on Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School location change amendment request. So is there,
Jade Rivera,
Bill, are you here for them?
Jade Rivera is online.
Okay,
I'm here, and Jade should be online.
yeah, Missy just,
I'll promote her to the panel.
Chair Gibson, does CSD present first or does the school? I thought so. Thank you. Albuquerque Collegiate is requesting approval to amend its contract by changing its physical location. The justification is that the current facility does not provide enough space for the school's growth. They're expanding to add grade 6. The new facility previously housed the charter schools and had a good NMCI score. The school surveyed families, and all but 2 families plan to return, but 1/3 of them indicated that they would be interested in transportation, which the school does not currently provide. So Albuquerque Collegiate's application and their renewal last year emphasized how the school was serving a very underserved community in Albuquerque, and that the school's proficiency scores were well above those of the APS learning zone in which it was located. So the school would be moving outside of this learning zone to a facility 3.6 miles away. And we added a map in our analysis to show the original location and the new location to the north. It is not, it's 3.6 miles away, and the school application indicates that it's a 10-minute drive, which it is without traffic. during morning drop-off, it could be up to 15 minutes, which may not be a barrier for some parents, but which may be for others who do need transportation. But I thought that the map was appropriate to show, because it's not as though they're moving way across to the, far northeast of the city. They are still, in the southwest sector of Albuquerque. So CSD is not making a recommendation and is leaving this up to the Public Education Commission, as all decisions are up to the Public Education Commission. CSD is concerned about this area losing a high-performing charter school that is doing a great job serving students who are not as well served by their local non-charter schools. However, there's nothing in the school's contract, and there is no condition of renewal that stipulates that the school must stay in its current location. Therefore, this is a decision for the commission.
Thank you. And good morning. Good morning, Jade. Just to remind you, if you could spell your last name for the record.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Jade Rivera, Jaderivera. So excited to be joining you all this morning and appreciate your time. My apologies, I would be in person, but I'm traveling today for a wedding for our next year's elementary school principal. So I'm in California today. But thank you all. First want to clarify my apologies. I think we did not make it as clear in the amendment request that we will be providing transportation to our scholars this school year. We recognize that while that distance is a very short distance, and actually more convenient for many of our families, since we'll be now kind of more easily accessible via the freeway versus our bridge location. Wanted to clarify that we will be providing transportation for any of those families who are interested in receiving that transportation. And that's being done so through a partnership with our current after-school provider, the Westside Community Center, who we've established a long relationship with and provide completely free after-school care for all of our students. In addition to that, wanting to make sure that as an elementary school and growing into middle school, we have the option for before school care in a very safe environment. We know that, putting 5-year-olds on a bus can be a little bit nerve-wracking. Putting 12-year-olds on a bus can be nerve-wracking. So we're doing this in partnership with our neighborhood community center to ensure that safety and security for our students.
Thanks so much. You folks want to say anything?
One thing I'll just add, I don't think
Just
they, again, I'm Dan Hill, I'm attorney for the school, DANHILL. Sometimes people have trouble with that one, but one thing Jay didn't mention is that this is also a temporary plan. So the school, unfortunately or fortunately, outgrew its current space, and there's a plan for a we'll say better space that's more close to where they currently are, but the construction and building stuff takes longer than you think. And so we got really lucky that, and I don't usually say kind things about Jim Long, but he had a building available that was a charter school that also worked for a temporary 2-year lease. And so we're going to be there for 2 years, and then we'll move into a really cool building that you guys can all come to a ribbon cutting, and we can celebrate being back on the southwest side. So that's all I have to say.
Great. And that was actually my only question, because I thought I remembered at renewal the discussion about moving to, another permanent facility. So, it is unfortunate that it's great you're growing. We do celebrate that, and it's not usual that a school finds a good landing place for the in-between. So congratulations on that, and thanks because I also thought I remembered from renewal the discussion about transportation. So thanks for reminding us of that. So commissioners, any commissioner, oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Gibson, yes, both of those factors make a difference. CSD was not aware that transportation would be definite for next year, or that this was a temporary move and they were planning on moving back into the community.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team. It's good to see you all, including you, Jade. It's nice to see you online. So this school is like literally 300 feet from where I live in Albuquerque and Old Town. And so I just wanted to like pay attention to like I know this is a little bit out of the current area, but you have Reginald Chavez Elementary School, which is the elementary school if I had children would go. Washington Middle School is the middle school. Tierra Adentro is right down the road and was in this building. Alice King was in there at some point too, when I was here. Ace Leadership High School is right down the road. Naka is a mile away. Duranus Elementary is them. So there's opportunities that I think come from this, and also potentially new families to reach as well that could benefit greatly from a school like this. And so I have no issue. It's great to hear that you all have a continued long-term plan for where you're going to be and the schools that you're going to serve. But I think there's also opportunities in this situation and making lemonade out of lemons when you have to move like this. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Carrillo, and then Commissioner Ingham.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for attending, because I know you're in California. Where in California are you?
I am in Windsor near Santa Rosa.
Okay, neat.
Yes.
Okay. No, I absolutely support something like this. I'm glad the school is doing so well. I'm glad you needed more space, and I'm glad you're going to be in the future space after that. It just speaks, but I don't know if you were able to tune in earlier, we were all just kind of heaping praise among our schools and graduation time and everything else. This just is another indicator of the success of our state charters. So thank you for everything you do. And I'm glad transportation is provided. And for those that may be listening, that's something we're taking up in the next legislature, because we think it's absolutely abhorrent that there are some schools that are not just left out of, but like very intentionally left out of being able to having district support transportation. So thank you for everything you do. Sounds very exciting. I know I've never been down the hill to your school, but maybe sometime I'll be able to do so. Take care.
Thanks, and I apologize. Commissioner Armijo and then Commissioner Ingham.
Hello, hi Jade, and everybody who's here. So the current school is actually just a mile away from my house right now. So, you know, and they are serving a population there that is a little underserved. So I do like this location. I was looking at the map, and I mean, not only are you near such, you know, a jumping off point for such great other schools that have happened, but also you're near to a lot of museums and culture there as well. So I think that's a great thing to add. I just was curious, so you said this lease is for 2 years, and you do have a plan to move back to the southwest area. And 2 years seems like a long time, but sometimes it is a very short time. I'm going on a 3-year renovation of my house, so I know how that goes. So I was just wondering if you can share the location where you might be moving back to.
Yes, and thank you for that, Commissioner Amijo. So sad to be leaving our location at 5 Points in the South Valley, but really excited to be able to get back to kind of the Southwest Mesa area. We have purchased land at Central and 90th, so right where Bridge and Central intersect. And that location is about kind of 10 minutes from the current location. It's a bit further west, and again, more accessible to more of our families. And so, yeah, the plan will be a phased-in building approach. We're working with some really great local partners, including the folks at HomeWise. And the plan will be to open our forever home there in fall of 2026.
Great, thank you for that. That is, yeah, that's another area that needs, you know, schools. There's so many out there, but the need is great because we know how much more homes and stuff are being built in that area too. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ingham.
Thank you, and congratulations, Jade. I really am thrilled, and have your school has been on my prayer list for a long time. I feel like yes, the location you're at now is wonderful for the population, but really the facility was not very accommodating for your school. And I felt like, you know, the accommodations you had to make for playgrounds and stuff like that was so stretched that I am really thrilled to hear that you have a new place to go for those 2 years, because I think that will be nothing but positive. I do want to say, am I jumping the gun? Are they also requesting a mid-school expansion?
No, they're not. No.
There's a document 7C, there's input for expansion request, middle school.
That was prior. That was already complete.
That's already approved. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, wonderful.
Correct.
I just wanted to check. I
Yeah.
understand that. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Commissioner Beck?
I concur with Commissioner Ingham. My only request is, could you name one of those rooms after Ohio State finally?
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. I think we did Ohio State maybe 2 years ago. But I can push it out as a request. Go Buckeyes.
Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, just ditto what everyone else has already said. And actually, one of the things when I'm thinking about the school growing and keeping the students they have and adding, as a family, when you go to a school, where it's at does make a difference. Regardless of how incredible another family told you, it's amazing, it's incredible. But when you go to a shopping center versus an area where it looks and feels like a school, it does make a difference. And families should not be deterred from going to this school because of where it's at and because they have a concrete playground, right? So I think this is an incredible move for the school. I hope it helps increase, families that maybe were like wavering, they've heard good things about the school, but I don't know if that's where I want, like that location's where I want. I imagine many more families being open to, entering that lottery process at this location does matter. I mean, it really does. And having an area that's meant for a school more is a difficult thing for charters. And so I'll always support a school upgrading. And so I think it's a great upgrade, and I'm grateful for the forward thinking that this school consistently shows all the time. So thanks, Ms. Rivera.
Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Jade, you had a remarkable relationship with a counseling organization there, and I'm wondering and that was a particularly close proximity to your school, if I'm not correct. And are you going to be able to maintain that relationship with that organization in your new location?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ingham. So with the new location, we have, I guess with the temporary location, we have more physical space, which means that we will actually be able to accommodate more physical space for PACHA counseling services, because we have so many students that are engaging in their services and they're providing ongoing training to our teachers. We wanted to make sure that they had ample space. So we will now be able to offer them additional space, on top of what they had at our previous location. And the long-term plan for Albuquerque Collegiate at the kind of forever campus on 90th and Central is that we will have designated space for numerous community partners, including PACHA counseling services. But the plan will really be to have space for those community partners to continue to be able to provide not only mental health care services for our students, families, and staff, but also physical health care services, to provide adult education opportunities, to provide ideally, and this is our kind of loftier dream, but have a daycare on site. All of these services to really have a kind of cradle to career community campus. So that's part of the very long-term plans for Albuquerque Collegiate to ensure that we really are providing this much needed service. And to Commissioner Armijo's point, we see a lot of really rapid population growth on the Southwest Mesa area. And unfortunately, we have also seen a lack of resources being available to families in that area, right? From grocery stores to doctor's offices. So we want to make sure that we are providing really wraparound support services for our families and continuing to deliver on this promise of academic excellence, because that is our first job, right? Ensuring the opportunity and kind of wealth of resources for our scholars and families.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any other questions? If not,
I move that the PEC accept the amendment request of Albuquerque Collegiate Charter School identified as document 7 of the meeting materials to change its location, and that the amendment will become part of the charter contract for the school.
second. Right. There's a motion by Commissioner Burt and seconds by Commissioner Armijo and Ingham. If there's no further discussion, I think we can do this by voice. Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jade.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We are back and we are on to item number 8, which is the discussion and possible action on Estancia Valley Classical Academy additional square footage amendment request.
Chair Gibson and Commissioners, this is an after-the-fact cleanup amendment request. Estancia Valley Classical Academy added square footage in the 22-23 school year. All the i's were dotted and t's crossed in terms of permits and lease purchase agreement, everything except submitting an amendment, a notification to the PEC. Normally, this would have affected their rating on the performance framework indicator 2C last year for 22-23, but because we didn't catch it until the site visit this year, they'll have the 23-24 rating affected, but CSD recommends approval of the request.
And we've got folks from the school on, so good morning and welcome. And just a reminder to spell your last name for the record.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Jennifer Rivera, last name Rivera.
So, this is your time. Anything you want to say about the expansion?
Okay. No, absolutely. So the expansion was added not necessarily for an increase in students, just an increase in the services that we want to provide to students. The expansion includes a large common room that we're able to utilize for choir performances and performing arts performances. We also added a community living classroom, which has a kitchen, washer and dryer, and classroom space. And so we use that for our community living class for our ability pathway students. We also added a new music room, 3 classrooms, and 2 offices. So that is what the expansion includes. And I hope to also be able to answer any questions that anybody might have about the delay or the expansion itself.
Thanks. And I mean, I did read it and I get it. You didn't think you needed to necessarily do this because you weren't like moving So there was, I guess, just this misunderstanding that the school is going to grow even on its current campus. We have to be notified
Yes.
of that, just to make sure. And we appreciate the fact that you did, in fact, take care of all the permits and the occupancies, but that's something that has to also be in our records that, the school is covered through the occupancy with all that square footage.
Yes, thank you. And I do actually want to point out that the dropping of submitting the amendment request to the PEC, in my opinion, was solely on me because our governing council president actually brought it to my attention and asked me at the very beginning of the 23-24 school year if I had submitted it. And so she actually brought it to my attention, and then I dropped it until the site visit, and was brought to my attention that that needed to be done. So it was solely on my shoulders that it did not get done in time.
Well, and I appreciate that as well, that ownership is important. Commissioner Burt.
Hi, Mr. Rivera. It's good to see you. So I think I did get to see this expansion with Ms. Rivera. It's really cool. I mean, and it is more space for the kids, and the community room that she was talking about is very, very neat. But I always appreciate talking with Ms. Rivera, and there's no lack of self-ownership and I mean, I think she expects more of herself probably than any of us possibly could. So always appreciate working with you and talking with you, and congratulations on the expansion.
Thank you, Commissioner Burt.
Yeah, a belated congratulations, but yeah, it's very, it's a really, the way that campus has changed since I first visited it to when I came, I can't remember, a couple months ago, has been, I mean, tremendous. And what a great spot for families and the community to have. It's just a good looking charter school out in Edgewood. So yeah, just good to see you, and always appreciate your attitude and demeanor. And I do know they have a really great governing board. So they're generally on top of things. So I appreciate you and happy to approve this.
Thank you.
If not,
I can give the motion.
thank you.
I move that the PEC accept the amendment request of Estancia Valley Classical Academy, identified as document 8 of the meeting materials, to add additional square footage, and that the amendment become part of the charter contract for the school as long as occupancy is provided to support the change. And I think that was.
Second, there's a motion by Commissioner Ingham and a second by Commissioner Gibson. There's no further,
Mr. Rivera, Commissioner Carrillo, thank you very much for attending. And
no, you can't talk to.
oh, that's right, I can't. Okay, that's. But however, I'm just pleased to see that we have another one of our charters that's doing really well, expanding, looking into the future, and that we have a charter and a board and a charter leader taking ownership of where there may have been some challenges and moving forward.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are on to item number 9, which is the discussion of possible action on Thrive Community School Educational Program Amendment Request.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioners. This is another easy one, which CSD recommends passing. Thrive would like to change the ending of their school day, given the new PED 180-day rule, which is reasonable. They would also like to add language to name the evidence to be observed for components of their ed program, which is also a wonderful idea and will make our monitoring work easier. Thank you.
So is there anyone online for Thrive? Is he here?
Yes.
No, he just came up here because he wanted to be closer to you. You know,
I think both of those things can be true, Chair Gibson.
honest to goodness. Sorry. Okay. So, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Gibson.
If you could just please spell your last name for the record.
Yes, last name is Duncan, Duncan.
So thanks once again for being here. Your ears must have been ringing from earlier conversations this morning about the celebrations at the school. So anything that you want to add in terms of the amendment request? We're here to listen.
Thank you. I would just add and echo, I appreciate Deputy Director Russell's introduction there. We are excited that our families are very supportive of this change, and that it will allow us to continue to execute our program in a way that I believe will be more sustainable for our staff and for our families on the schedule change. And then on the additional language that we're looking to add, I'm just excited about that because I like clarity. I think most people do, and I think it'll help us make sure that we're executing our program specifically as we've communicated it.
So thank you. And we also appreciate the request to amend the ed programming to cite that evidence, because that is something that we have started to put back in. There was a little bit of a lapse. So I know it makes it much easier for CSD staff and the school in preparation for those site visits. So we really do appreciate that. And thank you for that thoughtfulness. And you know, this is still really a brand new school for all intents and purposes. And the fact that you've been able to, you know, to grow and maintain students and also to grow, that's just really exciting because I think only the last two new applicants really even came close or might have even exceeded their initial enrollment projections, which is highly unusual. So that's, you know, congratulations to you for serving your community and having that community, because it's a little bit of a tough ask for a parent in a brand new school to put their, you know, put their child in that brand new school. You know, a lot of parents sign up and say, oh, I'm interested in that school. But then when it comes to really signing on the dot, it's like, I'm going to let it see if it gets going before I put my kiddos in the school. And you develop that trust in that community from day one. And that's a testament to the work that you're doing. So thank you for that. Commissioner
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Sean. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you too, Commissioner Carrillo.
You've all just knocked it out of the park from day one. And just as Ms. Gibson had said, having the enrollment projection and meeting it in your first year is great. And I know that there are a number of families that I've sent your way, all of whom are very happy with the school and their kids are thriving, right? So, and that's the point. So I'm just very happy for to support the change. And I just think you're doing what's best for teachers and families. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, I just have, I just want to make a clarifying, I think I understand, but I think I was, and this may be something more for Dan, just to make sure I'm thinking of it correctly. So when I read the actual amendment request, it's just removing that extended day portion. But in the CSD analysis, it says replacing it with a shorter day ending at 3 p.m. That's not anywhere in the contract, right? Like there's no contract language because I don't want any day, like times in the contract, because you should be able to adjust your times without coming back to the PEC. So I do want to make sure that's like, in the amendment, it feels clear, but in the CSE analysis, it feels unclear. So I don't know. I just want to make sure there is nothing in the contract about time so that they can have the flexibility to adjust times whenever they want. I just want to make it like clear that it's removing it, it's not replacing it.
My understanding is the same as yours.
Okay. All right. So I think the amendment, how it's laid out feels correct.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. That was my only, I just want to make sure we didn't add something in that later you'd have to come back and be like, well, now we want to do on Wednesdays at 2:45. Like, we don't want that. Okay. All right, great.
If we're ready for a motion, I move that the PEC accept the amendment request of the Thrive Community School identified as document 9 of the meeting materials to amend the educational program, and that the amendment will become part of the charter school of a charter school contract for the school.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Take care.
We are now on to item number 10, which is the discussion and possible action on PECO's Cyber Academy enrollment cap amendment request.
Chair Gibson and Commissioners, this request was a little more challenging because PECO Cyber Academy is requesting a 25% increase in their enrollment cap. It's currently 2,000 students, and they're requesting an increase to 2,500 students. When we analyzed the school's data, in terms of organizational and financial performance, the school is meeting standard. We have no concerns whatsoever. In terms of academic data, the school is right about at the state average. It's their VISTA's designation is traditional. Their VISTA score is 52.9%, slightly above 50th percentile for all schools in the state. Their 22-23 proficiencies, the most recent ones that we have, are slightly lower than the statewide average. 33% in reading compared to 38% for the state, and 18% in math compared to 24% of the state for the state. Science proficiencies are on par with the state at 34%. Moreover, the school rated working to meet standard on both of its mission-specific goals in 22-23. We do not have the 23-24 mission-specific goals in our analysis, but I saw an email this morning, so I need to open that up and see what that is. The school did provide interim assessment data, however, for the current school year, 22-23, for their STAR Math and Reading, that showed that overall proficiency on this assessment increased from 32% in 22-23 to 46% this year, and from 19% in last year to 35% this year. So it looks like numbers are trending up slightly, but based on the last statewide ESSA data we have, the school is not outperforming other schools in the state. Thank you.
Microphone, please. Microphones.
So let me share here. I'll share my screen.
Sorry.
So for interim, for the ESSA, the statewide reading score, that was 33%. That's the 22-23 statewide reading proficiencies on the state assessments. The interim assessment data that was provided, reading increased from 32% last year to 46% this year, and math from 19% last year to 35% this year.
Okay. I thought this one, oh, I got you, sorry. That was me. I was looking at the wrong, sorry. I apologize. So good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. Reminder to,
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Kim Height Pope, Kim, last name spelling HITE-POPE. May I approach the chair's station position? I have I'm sorry. I have the current data from our interim assessment, and I also printed out the preliminary review of CSD for your review in my hand right here.
I'm sorry.
Preliminary data that CSD gave us back in February that shows that what they saw on the rating scale, that we have a red area that I wanted to address that I'm sure that will be brought forward about our governance, being all transparent in what we're asking and why and how we've approved it.
So
I understand. I'll let you review.
no, because it's not just for me to review.
understand. Then-
So, well, it's not here. Is
Do you have
there,
a digital copy
do
of
you
it?
have do you have,
It is sent to CSD.
so could you get that to Missy so we can get it up?
Mhm.
So, let me share my screen again.
Also, if I may add, it's the condition is also in that email to Dr. Russell for this year.
Excuse me.
Sorry, which email, okay. So CSD does, so this is in the meeting documents, the CSD analysis for, the school's organizational and financial performance. They meet the standard. The CSD does not see one rating of does not meet standard as precluding, recommending approval. The issue for us is the school's academic performance strong enough to warrant a 25% 500 student enrollment cap increase? The commission may wish to consider a smaller increase to allow students currently on the waiting list for the 24-25 school year to enter. But 500 students is a lot when this is not a spotlight school.
Right. Okay, thank you. Do we have, are we getting?
CSD email did not receive an email from Dr. Height Pope.
It's sent to Ms. Davis, and Ms. Karina Chavez is copied on it, and also Dr. Russell. And it was sent on the 19th.
On the 19th, okay. So I get a lot of emails, and during PEC week, I don't always keep up as well. Hold on a second. No.
We're able to project. How do we hook up here? We have it on a computer if you want to look at it that way. I'm sorry to have to have IT, but
No, that's okay.
okay. Do you know what to? You have to join the Zoom call. Sorry.
We know the Wi-Fi password.
Oh, sorry.
All right, while you're hooking up, can you just, can you talk a little bit about, what your waiting list does look like? And why what's the governing board talking about? Like,
Yes,
what
ma'am.
is it? Why are you asking for this?
We're asking for it because we're pushing up against our cap right now. We have close to 300 new seated students already coming in this year. Very low disenrollment. Currently, we have 1,000 students at our high school alone. We've already hired 22 new staff, which brings us to 142 total throughout the school. And if we get these seats, if this happens, we'll continue on hiring as we find qualified candidates for us.
What does your teacher retention look like? What does that kind of look like?
Well, as you know, virtual's not for everyone. Overall, I would say it's 90%. We have very few that depart.
That's a good number.
Yeah.
As far as our retention for our students, we've always we've been increasing. Last year, we were about 85%. This year, it's more than 90. That's a conservative amount. I don't have that figure exactly because, Stars Nova.
No,
is
that's okay.
of
And then can you talk a little bit, do you know from your wait list, is it high schoolers that are coming in? Is it elementary? Do you know kind of the breakdown of who these kids that might be most likely to be joining if this were to be approved?
Currently, right now, we appear it will be high school.
High school
Because we offer something no one else does because of online, they can work, they can have a family, they can do this and that. We do have quite a few of H5s, H6s currently right now. So naturally, our graduation rate isn't as high as it should be, but for us and the governing board, we believe that our job is to help support graduating students. And so sometimes we don't care about the graduation rate. Sorry.
One thing I'll just add, so this school does not use grade level caps. So, which I think is actually more in line with what the law is. But so they have an enrollment cap of 2,000. You see they have about 1,000 high schoolers. They're seeing growth in the elementary. And so this is really looking proactively in the future of with their retention, eventually you're going to have to say no to a lot of people in high school or just not have the space or say, well, we've got so many kids we're retaining, we're going to have to really cut back on elementary. And so they just want to have a little bit of room within their cap so that if they have that continued trend of younger students coming and staying, they don't get to a situation where they have to make that decision of like, do we, drastically cut back elementary now because we have a glut of kids going up to high school.
Then I have one more question. So your interim assessment data showing double-digit growth, right, in math and in reading. What are you doing?
It's our targeted interventions.
Can you talk me through a little bit more?
We have targeted interventions at elementary. We just hired 2 more interventionists at that level. Plus we have 2 at middle and 2 at high school. High school is a little tricky. We have to sneak it in with them because they don't want to come. Be honest, but we do work on that with them as well.
Okay.
And also in supporting our EL students, which we have about 170 now that we've identified, and we're working on identifying more that may have been misidentified from other schools when they come to us. We find that a lot. Across the board, we have 4 EL teachers at the moment and looking for more.
Right,
if we
great.
can
Thank
find
you.
them.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I was able to upload the email documents into your folder. Please let me know if you want me to share anything on screen.
And I've just finished looking at them and it looks like mission goal 1 is meets for the current year and mission goal 2 is exceeds for the current year.
We realize it's a big number, but we don't want to come back. We project this could last this number. You know what I'm saying? It could last us a while,
You don't want to come back? You don't like being?
We know your time is precious and you have many other pressing issues, but so that's why we asked for such a large number to last us, we hope, till the end of our current contract with you.
Okay. So I'm looking at, and it's probably not the most accurate for the number of students you have in grades, because this is from growth targets. So are you averaging like in the 50s and 60s with your younger students per grade in around there and in the like 130s for 11, 12. Is that?
I have brought along our data analyst, Ms. Kelly Laudermilk. She will spell her name.
Kelly Loudermilk, Loudermilk. So when you're asking, are you asking retention rates or are you asking retention
No,
numbers?
enrollment, the current enrollment, are
Current
you?
enrollment, elementary is less than 100 per grade level. Middle school is right around 150. As we get into 8th, 9, and up, we're looking, pushing 200, with 8, 9, and 10 having roughly 250 students this year.
Any other questions? Deputy Director?
Thank you, Chair Gibson. And Dr. Height-Pope, looking at the mission goal data, the number of eligible, the denominator for the eligible students in the reading and math growth targets is significantly smaller than those enrollment numbers. Is that because of students enrolling after the 40-day or?
So our data is based on full academic year students. And so we begin our interim assessment the first day of school. For 23-24, that was August 1st. The window closes September 15th. We understand that is not 40-day. And so our data that we collect is for the beginning interim assessment. That assessment provides us with a beginning of year baseline score, as well as a projected scale score for all of our students. So our mission specific goal asks for 75% of our students to reach that goal. And in math, our goal is 70% of our students to reach their math goal. Now you'll look and you'll see, and I'm sure some of you are going to have questions, why do kindergartners not have a score? And it says not applicable. We use the Renaissance assessment, and it is not recommended for students in kindergarten to take this test. That doesn't mean that we're not tracking and that we're not calculating what they're doing. So we utilize iStation for our K-1-2. So the Renaissance is in addition to all of the other formative assessments that we use to make sure that we are helping all of our students. And so at the beginning of year, we had 1,209 students. And at the end of the year, we had 1,187 students still with us. That's a 93% retention rate.
And based on the information that you just provided, I want to say thank you because item number 4F with does the school have an equitable and positive school climate that supports students' social and emotional development? That was a concern that had been identified at renewal. So I want to say thank you. I know the schools did a lot and is doing a lot to try to, you listened.
Yes.
And I'm very appreciative of that. And it's certainly showing. So I want to say thank you for doing that. We do appreciate that.
Are we going to get what you're looking at?
Yeah.
It's in,
Oh, it's,
I didn't see it in the folder, but I thought it was just me.
Oh, are you sharing?
because if that's going to be used as a basis,
You know,
partially as our decision, we need
if
to see
you-
it. So if we could get it up on the screen, that
I
They
read
aren't named properly.
refreshed and I couldn't find it.
Okay,
Um,
they're in there for me, but, which one do you want me to share?
Commissioner Gibson, I can share that if you would like.
I'll promote you to the panel, Kelly.
Thank you.
Oh, she's gonna share it. Okay.
Oh.
Because I just,
That's the wrong document.
Oh,
No,
I
that's
just
correct.
started sharing. So, this is the relevant metric. This is for mission goal 1, 78% of, students met their math growth target. And for mission goal 2, 84% of students met their reading growth target, which is very impressive. And yeah.
Commissioner Burt?
This is, I mean, I think even before I saw this additional data, I was already moving towards that just because of the interim data that you provided in the request. I'm gonna be in favor of this because this is the kind of virtual school I want our New Mexico students to go to. One where it's New Mexico teachers, individualized curriculum, like it's not canned curriculum, the teachers are teaching, they're live on camera, the kids are live on camera, like it is a really, really good opportunity for students who online only is their best option. I'm glad that this is an option for them. So I'm gonna support the increase fully. I think especially to get to the next term and then we can talk about it then, what that might look like. But I think with the year over year increase that you already had before and including those mission goals, that growth, those individual growth targets being met is insane. Honest, those are very, very high numbers for those students reaching their individual goals. And I know that's sometimes not reflected when you look at proficiency increasing. Those individual growth targets, those are actually sometimes more meaningful, right? As a teacher, as a parent, those are more meaningful numbers for me to look at of is my kid growing, you know? And even if they're not quite reaching proficiency yet, as long as you all can maintain those numbers, I imagine more New Mexico high schoolers graduating proficient from this school than not. And that's what we want to see. So I think this is a unique model that students who need this should have access to it. And I don't want to see students on a wait list for a school like this where the physical borders isn't a hindrance. Like, let's make it easy for them to get access and get quality education when they need it.
And I'm gonna echo a lot of that. Dr. Heitpope and I have been on a lot of legislative subcommittee meetings, especially around virtual schooling over the past years. And we've been in alignment and not in alignment. And that's what gets people to better places as well. I'm not the hugest fan of virtual schooling.
We know,
and
I know.
yeah.
But I'm working
and-
on changing you.
And, well, no, and I own that, but if I needed to send a child of mine to a school, this is exactly the school that I would, simply because you've built in the supports. This isn't just someone clicked on for me and I went in late at night and I completed this and no one's paying attention, no one's caring. That's always the concern to me about virtual schools. It's like, you've got kids home alone, especially when you're looking at younger kids. Although I often say, I'd rather leave an 8-year-old alone than a 13-year-old alone.
Yes.
So, there's that balance there. Because I channel my 13-year-old and it's like, oh, I know, So, I absolutely appreciate everything. These are just really incredible growth targets that you've met and exceeded. So it's, as I mentioned before with the social emotional as well, that's also a testament to why you're keeping kids. Kids aren't going to stay in a school that's not serving them completely. They're not. They can move on to another virtual school. They can. So that's just, I just want to say, thank you, and you can still keep working on me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not hell no. Commissioner Brower?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the team. I'm also not a huge proponent of this type of school, but I also am humble with a lot of my friends who have seen this as something that has supported their students. And so I'm gonna be in favor of this. I do think that when we get to 1,893 students in one charter school, that's larger than most districts in the state of New Mexico. I don't think that's far-fetched. That's one of the larger districts. 2,500 is a huge comprehensive school in the city of Albuquerque. And so this comes with responsibility.
Yeah.
Comes with this responsibility to keep on performing and supporting students. And so I too will probably be a laggard when it comes to virtual schools, but I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. And that I think that I know that you'll be responsible for more students and you're going to continue to support them in reaching their dreams. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrillo?
I gave that back to you. So I'm troubled that we didn't get. We tried to bring it up here and
It's not in there. It's not part of what we
one
said.
of them, I put it up on the screen, but getting it at the last minute was hard for me. But so that's not my biggest concern. Curiously, where do the bulk of your kids come from?
All over. They're all over. The most numbers?
Yeah. We're like what?
Rio Rancho, Albuquerque,
Okay.
Santa Fe, Las Cruces.
Okay, but the
also
bulk probably from the Rio Rancho, Albuquerque metro area.
we're gaining more and more
Okay.
from rural districts as well, areas. I shouldn't say districts, excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
From
Okay.
rural areas that we are able to uniquely meet their needs.
Okay. I mean, it's been no secret. I'm not the biggest fan ever of virtual schools because I think there's such a social element that kids need as well. But I can set that aside sometimes when I'm looking at academics and things like that. Are the kids required to be on camera when they're doing lessons?
Yes, we do have live lessons daily.
Okay, I imagine they do work independently like every child does.
Of course.
But in terms of the teaching with the instructor, it's
Just
live and
we're in this room.
and they have to be on
here.
camera.
They're on camera. They have their
Okay.
cameras on.
One at a time.
I'm sorry. Sorry, ma'am. That was our guidance person. We're talking over each other, sir.
Okay. So I'm looking at vistas and I'm looking at, I understand the growth on the interim assessments and I applaud you for that. I'm always reticent to go crazy over when there are gaps, when there's growth so much, when percentages get to be a certain point, and then you don't have that follow-up, later in the year to say, hey, are we holding this or was this a fluke? Why did this happen? It's, that always causes me pause. Here what causes me pause is on Vista, it says math and reading are down. It says I'm looking at the current Vistas right here. And it says math is down by 6% and reading by 4%. And, this is where, and I'm sure you've seen this, where it says math at 18, reading proficiency 33, and the assessment went way up. And then science at 34. So I guess what I'm really kind of getting to is I have the same concern that seemed to be presented by CSD in such a huge number, a 25% increase when, I think looking at this in a lot of areas, the school to me is just doing okay. And sometimes I think that when you compare things to the New Mexico state overall, and in some areas you're below, that's a very low bar. And oftentimes when we're comparing ourselves to the state. So I'm reluctant to support that amount of 25% growth of 500 kids at this time.
If I can address the
course.
Vistas data. So the Vistas data is actually considering proficiency. And the data that we're sharing this morning is our interim assessment data, and that's based on growth.
Right.
And so we do understand that we're right about where the state is. If you take a look at our graduation rate, which is also part of Vista's data, we're exceeding the state's average, and we have 80% of our students that are graduating. And I was thinking of something else.
No, I hear what you're saying on both of those. And if you remember the other point you want to make, just absolutely.
Okay.
So on graduation rate, to me, doesn't mean that much because of what I've seen districts do and schools do to get kids over the finish line. You can graduate with Ds in New Mexico. You can get your diploma. Okay. So for me, it's all about proficiency. And if it were up to me, I'd eliminate Ds. You know, you either do a C above in a course or you fail it. D just lets somebody eke by the skin of their teeth. But while growth is commendable, I look at proficiency. And that's what and I know that others on the panel here completely disagree with me. And that's fine. We're 10 people with 10 different viewpoints. And you're being like particularly obtuse today. And I appreciate it. And I know you don't care if I appreciate it or not, but I don't. And so those are just my thoughts right now.
Okay.
And if you have more to add,
I do might remember the other thing, with that Vistas data, we do, have a designation of traditional. And so we are not in any type of intervention for any of those. So we will be in traditional designation.
I'll just add one other piece on Vistas. And I'll try not to edify too much, but the Vistas data is also significantly older than the interim data we're looking at. So it'd be great if we had real-time data for Vistas. We don't. We're kind of stuck waiting for the state to validate all that data. So that Vistas data is really like looking a year or two in the past versus the interim data is what's happening right now or this past school year.
And I would say, Mr. Hill, you make a great point, and it's always a challenge we have around data, and oftentimes we have things that are 18 months old, and it's very difficult for us there. And I appreciate your comments so very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ingham?
I just want to ask one quick question. So the business data, like you said, is quite old, and what you said you did to counteract this was the targeted intervention, if I understood correctly. And I guess the obvious question to that is, how come it took so long to get to that understanding? If your scores were, especially your academic scores, were not where you wanted them to be, then can you just tell me what drove that assessment and how the timing of that intervention, so we can understand that those were things that we needed, that you recognize you needed, and that it was happening at the appropriate time, and that's why we are seeing this large growth at this point rather than earlier.
So let me explain a little bit about our 22-23 data. So when we came in and we were a new state charter school, we addressed the mission-specific goals with a student-specified individual goal. And so with that, I have used and utilized Renaissance before. I knew that there was a projected scaled score. I've worked with Renaissance in trying to have them create a report for us. They can't produce that report for us, so the data is manually entered. One of those pieces from 22-23 is we collected the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year scaled score for all of our students for math and reading. And we collected the projected scaled score from the beginning of the year and the end of the year. What we didn't collect was the middle of year projected scale score. So what Renaissance does is it takes into consideration every time the student goes in and takes that test, it will adjust the projected scaled score. And so this year, when we were looking at that data, we made sure to collect that middle of year projected scale score. And so with that, at middle of year, we were already crunching numbers and calculating that data to incorporate, and knew that we were on track to meet our goals. So we had 53% of our students at middle of year meeting the math goal, and 64% of our students meeting our ELA goal. So we already had that. Now, that doesn't mean we're done working with those kids. That projected scale score then, again, when they take that test again, increases the projected scale score one more time for those kiddos. So they met their goal middle of year. Now they have a new projected goal moving forward. So again, That projected scale score, and again, it depends on which grade level you're looking at, early literacy or reading, math, and are we looking at first graders? Or are we looking at 11th graders? That projected scale score can be anywhere from 150 points for those little guys to 3 or 4 points for some of our gifted. So even our gifted kiddos, we're looking at a projected scale score. So why is our data different 22-23 versus 23-24? We incorporated and we made sure to include the MOY projected scale score that was in there as well to make sure that we had an accurate data report for you guys, and to make sure that we're on track for meeting the mission specific goals.
So I just want to say, I mean, the new performance framework, which you're not on, but the new performance framework that we've developed is deeply rooted in growth. And that's what we're trying to recognize, especially a school that I'm presuming there's a large number of your students, as with any school in New Mexico that's coming in that is seriously, 2, 3, 4 grade levels behind. So that this is, the idea that you could get that kind of growth, it's that much sooner that it is going to reach proficiency. If you were on our option 2, you would be, more than meeting
Yes.
that goal. Absolutely. Because I look at short cycle assessments and consider that information far greater weight than a single test on a single day that the state is going to do, especially since the state is not able to, at this point in time, measure growth. And they are just looking. So if you're just looking at proficiency, it's going to be nearly impossible for schools to meet that at this point in time, except for a small, there will be a number of students that will be able to, but how are we doing to grow our students so that they can become proficient? And that's what's rooted in our performance framework. So I want to once again say thank you for that. Sure.
Promotions.
Sure.
I have a question for them. And I know, and I appreciate, Mr. Hill, what you said about Vista's data, and I completely agree. In looking at Vista's, the ELs, there was a concern in relation to the state and the lack of progress for English language learners. So I would just be looking at, regardless of how I vote or do anything on this, addressing that specific group of students. So we can see the kind of growth that you want to see in that particular subgroup, English language learners.
So I have that data if you would like to know what that is.
I would love to know what that is. And thank you very much for being as fluent and articulate with the data.
So for our ELs, we had 84 students that started with us and remained with us throughout 23-24. For reading, we had 70 students, which is 83% of the population met their goal. And we had 52 students, which is 61.9% that met their math goal.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I move that the PEC accept the amendment request of PECO Cyber Academy, identified as document 10 in the meeting materials, to amend the enrollment cap, and that the amendment will become part of the charter contract for the school.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Burt and a second by Commissioner Manus. Any additional discussion? If not. Yeah. We've been pretty consistent with doing this.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloster-Silic,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 9 votes for, 0 votes against, The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Gibson, just comment, one comment. Yeah, so thank you very much for coming and presenting to us and everything. And for me personally, I'm just going to be looking at, you know, the annual reports and just seeing how things are going over the next year, especially for the subgroups I spoke of. So thank you.
We are now on to item number 11, which is discussion and acceptance of New Mexico School for the Arts Annual Report. So good morning, and just a reminder to commissioners, it is in statute that New Mexico School for the Arts has to come annually and give us a report. So this is our end of the year for school year, and welcome, and just a reminder that to spell your last name for the record, and the little green light has to be on. There you go.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lori Ayala, Principal at the New Mexico School for the Arts. My name is spelled Lori, last name Ayala.
So do we have, I don't know, do you have anything that you want to show? Or no?
No,
Okay, okay, just double checking. I know.
I'll sing for you if you want.
Whenever you're ready.
Well, this is my first time doing this, so I just completed 1 year with the New Mexico School for the Arts and just loved it, love everything about it. The culture there is great with the teachers, the kids, they're wonderful. We've just had a lot of success, but not without a lot of hard work. So I was able to witness that this year. Art Spring was amazing, the way all the arts collaborated and put together their show. We were able to open that new dorm next door to the school, which has the capacity to house 60 students. So that's gonna, you know, make enrollment possible for the kids that live the furthest away. And our SAT scores held steady this year. We had a slight increase in math and a slight decrease in reading, but overall, doing great. So that's all.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Cadillo?
Art Spring was over the top. I mean, it was just the performance at the Lensic, and if anybody ever has a chance, if you're in northern New Mexico at the time they do it, you have no idea watching high schoolers. I mean, in terms of their skills and dance and their instruments and everything, it's just always it's probably one of the most inspiring events I attend every year is your Art Spring. And then the other stuff in between, you know, the jazz ensemble performances and things like that. And one of the things when I'm looking at the documents here, primarily where kids are coming from, and I mentioned in an earlier meeting, if you have a chance to see the dorm, it's remarkable. And now it allows the opportunity for kids to come and not have to go back on weekends or whatever. They can stay, and they're coming from all over the state. And I'm looking at here, when we look at this, only 128 of the kids are from Santa Fe and the rest are from everywhere else. And that's phenomenal. And I applaud that. And the other thing, and I mentioned this to Dr. Kaplan, you know, when I saw him at the conference and when they were here, is that and I always use this as an example when I talk to a lot of other schools, where you saw deficiencies, you owned it and you did something about it. And I'm talking specifically about math, and I'm talking specifically about using the Exeter program and because your people presented to us at renewal time, how, you know, teaching math to kids who are afraid of math, as kids are these days, unfortunately, and how to reach them and to embrace math and understand math's relevancy. But the main thing is you saw a challenge, you owned it, and then you did something about it. And same thing, and I always mention in the same breath, the same thing with Middle College and Gallup. And just really applaud that when schools do that. And So just thank you very much for everything you do, because you're offering, even though sometimes my colleagues that I used to be with at the Santa Fe Public Schools, when I was on the board, they used to love to disparage, well, some of them still do, NMSA, you're taking our kids. And it's like, no, no, no. They're offering kids what we can't offer. So let's, it's okay that we can't offer it, but you don't want to deny a child an opportunity just because of your ego, right? And so these kids are going off to Juilliard and Berkeley schools of music, and the one vocalist that went off to Spain last year. It's phenomenal. And the performances, Commissioner Manus mentioned this morning, where you had the young lady that's going off to Cal Arts, right, which is one of the best art schools, colleges in the country. And then the other performance, well, there was I can't remember the first one. Katie, what was the first one? Commissioner Manus, that was New Mexico School for the Arts. Not the single vocalist, but no, there was another one from NMSA, but you knocked it out of the park also. Anyway, I appreciate the school very much and what you do, the opportunity you provide for kids that otherwise wouldn't have that opportunity.
Thank you.
No, one was NMSA, that single vocalist was NMSA. And there was one more that was NMSA, it was the different days. So, Dr. Kaplan, it speaks volumes to your board. Why you guys knock it out of the
Our
park.
governing council is amazing. They care so much and they're always around. And like I said, that's just part of the culture there. When you have a caring and inclusive culture, you can work with people and move forward.
Thank you.
It's amazing also that someone who was out of state moving to New Mexico applied. So and I'm certainly looking forward to, as the years go by, being able to, because they're still, being from Doña Ana, don't have anyone yet. I know you have had, but that was at a time when that was truly difficult because you couldn't stay in what were the dorms then. You couldn't stay over the weekend. So if you had to be a very committed student to be able to have family that would either pick you up on Friday and bring you back, or a good friend that would take you home for the weekend every weekend. So that was a lot to ask for families. So that accessibility is, and it's just a great, watching that space grow has really been exciting. So thank you. Certainly.
There's no more discussion. So I move that the annual report presented by the New Mexico School for the Arts be accepted and shown as satisfying the statutory requirement for the school to provide a report for this school year.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Gibson. Any further discussion? Roll, please. Can we do voice? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you so much for stepping in. I know Eric's away. And Dr. Kaplan apologized last week when I saw him, and it's like, don't worry about it. So thank you for pinch hitting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laya. Take care.
We are on to now item number 12, which is the presentation from schools on reporting conditions for baseline information and possible PEC action. And the first school up is Cesar Chavez Community School. And I knew I saw time coming.
Microphone, please.
Microphone, please.
Hello, Commissioners.
There we go. Hello,
My little green
Commissioners.
light's not on and I'm telling you to make sure. So just a reminder to spell your last name for the record. I'm not sure, so I'm going to check if CSD wants to. I don't think there's anything so, okay. So thank you, welcome. I know this journey, this renewal cycle with the new performance framework has been somewhat daunting for all of us. So I appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into it, because hopefully it'll be better for you going forward, but it's also going to it's hopefully going to make it better for all schools that are looking for option 3. So thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity. We're excited about the new performance framework option 3.
So the time is yours. Commissioners, the information is there.
So we are reporting out on our condition, and so we were looking at growth, and this, of course, we started working on this mid-year after the condition came into being, and we have been putting a lot of pieces in place to help grow outcomes for students. So we have focused a lot on our DASH plan, as well as our collaboration with the Priority School Bureau. We attended 6 full days of training on transformative school practices. We have been focusing our professional development for our math and ELA teachers, and we've been looking for root cause analysis to really try to get to make sure that we're addressing the most relevant barriers as we move forward.
So, and thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Burt?
I don't have questions. I just want to say that those growth percentages from this last year, once again, like, I mean, those are, I hope you guys are celebrating that like immense, like every teacher's having like little mini celebrations all together. Like that's the kind of growth that like if 70% of my students or 89% of my students showed growth, I would just be like out of the world thinking I did, phenomenal job. So it is it's a phenomenal job. And I appreciated seeing your graduation recovery rate being at 100%, which once again, like for that being the genuine mission of the school, to have 100% recovery graduation rate, once again, just outstanding. So would love to see these kind of numbers just keep continuing. And I saw the amount of professional development that you're doing and the quality too, like being able to look at like what you all are attending and looking at and doing. I mean, I'm just really impressed with the work that you all have been doing. So
thank you so much.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, ongoing discussions. Have you started to see a little bit more? I know we talked about the 10% and, the changing culture and all that stuff. Have you started to see a little bit more of people coming into the actual facility for schoolwork and for classwork? Have you started to see a greater number of that? I'm just curious.
I think we saw a little bit of an uptick this year from when we first started last year, and we're anticipating we may see a little bit more next year. Our focus is to make sure that all students are getting their needs met regardless of how they're being served.
So I want to echo what Commissioner Burt was talking about, because the school is once again a re-engagement school. So the population that the school is serving is profoundly challenging to start with, and the fact that you've got a graduation rate that's, a testament to trying to, it is that you're serving those students, you're keeping them, and going to make a tremendous impact on their lives moving forward because of that high school graduation. So, and the fact that you do have those growth numbers is also a testament to, and we've had discussions about this, keeping those kids engaged during the school year. So, which is, it's a challenge for everyone, but for the student population that you're serving, it is so much more so. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you've been doing.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, commissioners, this is simply an acceptance. We're not taking any additional action. This is something that we simply ask the school to provide for us so that we have the baseline as we're moving forward for next year. And the work that's done, and hopefully the supports will continue for those on option 3. And I'm hoping that you'll also be available for schools that are maybe looking at it, because you've hit the pitfalls, and hopefully you can offer some guidance for them.
Yeah, we would be happy to be a resource. This is something I think many of us have been working for years. So we want to make sure that it's a shining example of how to do it well. So we are happy to be a part of that focus and that effort.
Oh, okay. Have you done by any chance, a trial run of the template?
So we were going to meet with Jody yesterday and we had to reschedule. We are working to meet with them. The template it's been a little glitchy for us so far. It's a very fragile template. So we're wanting to make sure that we get it working correctly. So I think at this point, we're scheduled to reconvene with, I think, Dr. Faulkner and Dr. Ernst in July and give it a test run at that point and make sure that everything looks good.
Okay, great, thanks.
This is the reporter. Could I ask for an introduction of the people at the table?
My name is Tani Arness, last name spelled Arness. I'm the school leader at Cesar Chavez Community School.
Hello, my name is Nathan Everett. My last name is spelled Everett, and I'm the Dean of Students at Cesar Chavez Community School.
You're at the table.
Good afternoon, I'm Dan Hill, Hill. I'm the school's attorney.
Thank you.
I've got them up if you want me to. Okay. So I move that the baseline information for Cesar Chavez Community School be accepted and be utilized as a comparison for data provided during the next charter term.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson and a second by Commissioner Ingham. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your summer.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
We are now on to B, which is Dream Dene Charter School. Do we have anyone from Dream Dene on?
I've promoted their director.
Thank you.
She is on, but she doesn't have her camera on. Is there anybody else I should promote, Ms. Chatto?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. And if you could please, once again, just spell your last name for the record.
Nadine Chatto. Chatto spelled Chatto. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nadine Chatto with Dream Dene Charter School, head administrator.
Good morning, and thank you once again for appearing here, and thank you for providing this information for us.
I apologize for not being there in person. I'm at a Native Lit Symposium right now, so if you hear some background noise, that's just the people talking behind me. Sorry about that. I'll mute my phone. I'll mute my computer when I need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know. I apologize. We're still just re-reviewing once again.
I could kind of guide you on what we did, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That would be great.
All right, thank you. The program that you had sent us, the template, it was a little glitchy for us, and we tried to put as much information as we could in there. So as an alternative, we just went ahead and created our own. So that's the two documents that are in there, from fall to winter, and then from fall to spring. So those are the two documents that we added to the baseline data folder.
I know. And, I'm going to say, thank you so much for your patience and perseverance with these templates, because I do know and I'm not the mathematician, so I struggle sometimes with, we had to make one more little change. Yeah, we had to make one more little change. And it's like, we need to get these done and set, and then they change again. And I know I'm frustrated when they change. I can't imagine when they're changing for you as well. So just, this is, once again, the work with the new performance framework and trying to get this right. And, I appreciate everyone involved in their efforts to make these clearer and cleaner. But, if I'm looking at this correctly, you had 23 more students make their grade level growth by the spring, correct?
Sorry about that. Yes.
Well, it was yeah. Total of 40. Wait a minute. Number of students that did
Okay, my questions are, you have about 45 kids, 46 kids in the school, is that right?
No, we actually have 25. We started out with 25. By the time we got to the end of the school year, we ended up with 24. But those are test scores for math and reading, so that's probably why it looks double.
Got it. Okay, so that was one thing that I was like, I thought you had higher and like a little bit higher, but okay, so there's 20, like about 25. So so it's 23 kids were assessed for each ELA and math.
Mm-hmm.
And then based off of the business rules, if I look at the left side of the screen, that's where you're adding up the students who either met proficiency or met their growth target.
Correct.
Okay. So I honestly, I didn't really dig too much into fall to winter because I felt like fall to spring's a little bit more helpful. So right now, 44, so the student, there's 23 kids, they're tested twice. 44 out of the 46 tests either met proficiency or growth. Okay, all right.
Correct.
Got it. I think, that's what, these made sense. These two, the fall to winter, fall to winter, fall to spring, those did make sense. But I think the only thing that threw me off is I thought your enrollment was higher. So that's the only thing that I was like, I'm like, where are all the other kids on here then, you know? But okay, then this makes sense to me.
Okay, yeah, and then this is the NWA scores. I'm failed to mention that.
So once again, congratulations. You know, this is, there's fall to winter and then winter to spring.
no
Oh, fall to, yeah.
They showed their. So the school showed their beginning of year to middle of year in one document. And then they showed their beginning of year to end of year in the second document. So you can kind of see, like, if you look at the fall to winter, 72% at that time, 72% of their students met proficiency or growth. And then by the time they've tested in that spring, it got up to 96% of them. So by mid-year, they already had 72% of students meeting that target. So that's what the two different documents are showing.
Yes, you are correct.
So on document, from the fall to spring document, if you look at cell 20G or G20, it says current fall to winter. It should say current fall to spring. It just didn't, it looks like it just didn't get switched over to spring in the new document.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Are we going to be using the same template? Are we gonna, or are these two templates okay? Because we're probably gonna get started with these again at the beginning of the school year, but I want to make sure that the template that you guys had provided is something that you want us possibly to use again?
So that's a great question. So what I'm going to recommend, because because we are seeing that there's the challenges with the templates as they were originally created. And CSD has now onboarded Dr. Faulkner. So what we've done with one school already, and what I'm going to recommend the other schools that are using probably all the other templates, is to have a conversation with Dr. Faulkner so that she can also look at the information that you are providing. And if she's okay with what you've created, then we're good to go. And that's what'll be uploaded on the website, and we can use it. But like I said, I'm not that data person, so I don't want to commit to something that may not be as appropriate, but Dr. Faulkner is. So, in the coming weeks, as we're getting ready for the new school year, we want to make sure you know what you're using and it's appropriate. So, I think we need to set up a meeting maybe with everyone that are using similar assessments, and we get it clear as to what everyone's using and an agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Bridget, we're okay with that?
Commissioner Gibson, yes.
Okay, thank you. But thanks for that question, because, we know that there's been those challenges, and we thank you for hanging in there with us with those challenges. Have a great day.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks. We are now on to C. Oh, I'm sorry. You are absolutely correct.
I move that the baseline information for Dream Teenage Charter School be accepted and be utilized as a comparison for data provided during the next charter term.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Manus. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard. Thank you. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna go. Letter C, North Point Charter School, formerly known as Southwest Secondary Learning Center. You know, I hate these formerly knowns, just like I hate X, formerly known as, you know, Twitter. It's like, do you always, how long do we have to use the formerly known as? But I get it, because I don't even know if it's on your tax forms yet.
We're working on that.
Yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And good morning once again. It's good to see you. This is one of the schools that I appreciate because I read all the rules and we've actually, you know, we've found some stumbles of our own that we've been able to correct and to clarify. So want to thank you for that because it's, you know, it's how we get better.
It's a partnership.
It is. It is. So thank you for that. Commissioner Beck?
I just wanted to say, I just hope you and your school have recovered from the tragedy that happened before, and we all feel for you, and you've been in our prayers for sure, in that situation.
Thank you very much, sir. The outpouring of support that we had from you all and from the charter community was incredible. I had people offering every imaginable support. We had counselors on site to deal with our staff and provide support for our students, and we're focused on moving forward productively.
Thank you. And I think at the last meeting, we did acknowledge and thank APS and the charter community. For those of you that aren't aware, they had an unfortunate shooting at their graduation ceremony. So that's, you know, everyone who's involved in a school, it's everyone's worst nightmare when, and fortunately, as far as I know, the individual is recovering.
She is recovering. It's going to be a long road, but she is recovering. And I would like to reiterate that it was, while tragic and very unfortunate, this was domestic violence.
Right.
And it was not targeted at the school, at our students, at our staff. And this individual just chose to act it out in our environment.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you for, and thank everyone for their proactive work in taking care of the community. So, and thank you, Commissioner Beck, for reminding us of that. So once again.
This is the reporter. Could I have an introduction of who is sitting at the table?
Oh, I'm sorry. If you could, spell
Yes,
your
I'm
last name
sorry.
for the record.
I am Lisa Mora, the Executive Director of North Point Charter School, and that's MORA. I think, I'm sorry, I was waiting because I see Commissioner Beck raising his hand.
Sorry, I was trying to.
Yeah, I'm looking at the, your summary report on the NWEA, and it looks excellent. Looks very, very strong. Super. That's, you know, obviously you put the work in and the effort in, and it's, performing well. One quick question, do we have to mask anything under 20 in that? Or not? That's kind of maybe a legal question or something, but there are subgroups that are well under 20 that are here. Do we need to mask that?
It's not masked on the template, but those are not included in the overall rating on the performance framework. And you can see on the far right that those items are not included.
The under 20?
Yes, if there are less than 20
Okay.
student enrollment count,
Right.
then they're not included, and that includes 4 of our subgroups.
Yeah. Yep. I'm on summary page of the NWEA for North Point. There's the instructions and then the next. You at the bottom where it says summary? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, it's a
Yeah,
work
no,
in
I think
process.
and especially because they do not go towards the accountability score.
Right.
And there's even more reason for us not to see them
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well. Like,
yeah,
they're not a part of what our
analysis is,
analysis should be anyway.
yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
May I ask?
We learn, well, we live and learn as we're going.
Well, it might not be decided yet then, but is that something I should have masked or
No.
should be included in the
Well,
template to do it
maybe to-
automatically?
Maybe to CSD and then
To the reporting, I mean, because it's important information for you to have, but when you're reporting it to us, because that's going to be published, so that's something that we're going to have to work on with the template and the reporting.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I think schools should report every kid
Right.
to CSD.
Then they have
And
to
then,
ask,
and then that's when the business rules come in, right?
right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, then that's when they get asked.
Okay.
So you're not at fault, you did great. No worries.
It's us and the learning curve with with the new template, and thank you also for your work on getting this up and running. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just gonna ask, do you still have some concerns with the template as it is?
No, ma'am. I was
Okay.
able to use it. It was cumbersome. But especially as we are able to start the year with it, because I had to do the whole year's data for this. As I'm able to start the year and add things as we go, I think it'll be much easier in the coming year.
Okay.
And obviously, we're very pleased with the results. I mean,
Right.
you can see we had almost 92% of our students either score proficient or meet their growth goal on that NWEA, with 99% participation rate. And we had 6 of our subgroups that were eligible that also scored and exceeds for that growth goal. So we were really pleased with the results, and the template is workable, but it's workable.
Is there a question mark at the end of that workable?
I'll just restate again. I'm sure it will get easier the more that we use it. The first time was more time consuming than maybe it should have been.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Commissioner Beck?
Can I make a motion? Before the motion, I'd like to commend the Performance Framework Subcommittee for all the work they did, where it looks like it's starting to work really, really well and giving schools the option that they need to really show us what they're doing just beyond proficiency. So I think it's wonderful. So congratulations to the Performance Framework Subgroup. Okay, here we go. I move that the baseline information for North Point Charter School be accepted and be utilized as a comparison for data provided during the next charter term.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Beck and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you once again. Safe rest of your break if you're going on break. Schools are on every different schedule.
I'm still working, but thank you. Thank you, Chair Gibson and commissioners, and I'll see you next year.
Thanks. We are now on to letter D, which is School of Dreams.
And this is the reporter asking for introductions for the sake of those watching online.
So please, everybody, introduce yourselves and spell your last names. And is there anybody from Zoom that I need to add? Okay, thank you.
There's a little, yeah, now you're good.
Good almost afternoon, commissioners. Michael Ogas, OGAS. Good afternoon, Miguel Otero Ogas, OTERO-OGAS.
And Kim Johnson, KIM JOHNSON.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and once again working through the templates. We do appreciate this. So I don't know if there's anything you want to tell us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the entire commission for the opportunity to be here. As we stated in our renewal process and then during the contract negotiations, we were already working on a unified plan to raise our proficiency rates, and I think we're going to start seeing some gains in that area as we move forward. That is keenly on our radar, especially this upcoming year and moving forward within the performance framework and the contract itself. When I submitted the information, we do have some baseline data in terms of our proficiency rates. This year, we've seen 86.4% growth of our students showing growth in ELA and 70.5% of our students showing growth in mathematics as of June. We're encouraged by that because, as you know, and we did have discussion during the renewal, we serve a population of students that we have 40% of our students have IEPs and a high incidence of needs throughout our school, and we are moving forward with making sure that we meet the needs of our students through our ILPs. We recently accepted the designation of a community school through the SCG model, and we're very happy to do that. We've been working on that for a number of years now, and you're going to start seeing some things with regard to how we interact with the community and support students at various levels. So I stand for any questions. In the information I gave you, I know that we were renewed under conditions, and I did, address each and every one of those conditions. I don't know if you want me to go through all of them or if we can just, answer questions as needed. But I think that I did address just about everything that was in the conditions.
Commissioner Burt?
The only question I have, like the growth, once again, awesome. Like I love, those are celebratory numbers for growth. My only question is it, their individual growth targets? Like that they're meeting those, or is it just that they grew it all?
Let me address that. It's we use the template, and let me preface this with, yes, there were bugs in it. There's a lot of moderately complex logic in that. And when it gets uploaded to the Google Docs and then gets downloaded, I have found, my experience is that sometimes you have problems. And so I went back and forth with Jody on it. I fixed all the bugs that I found, and these numbers come straight from that, which is a combination of the individually projected goal or meeting a certain level that is considered to be where the student needs to be.
Okay, so it's the same, it's that they're either proficient or they met their individual growth target. Okay.
Correct.
Because that was the only thing, I mean, I don't see the template in here. So I only have those like end numbers, and the end numbers make it seem like it may just be just any growth, if they grew like just a little teeny tiny bit, it's included. So I appreciate the clarification on that, because it is very different, right? I mean, growth is great no matter what, but depending on where a student's at, some need more growth to show that you're gonna get them towards proficiency by the time you're done with them. So
Madam Chair.
I appreciate that clarification.
You're absolutely correct, Commissioner Burt. I'm more of a realist. I'd like to see the proficiency rate scores come out to see how you compare with, you know, the growth we see on our interim assessments and then the actual proficiency rates that are, to me, more meaningful. I mean, I love growth, and I believe in our individual learning plan model. Growth is essential, you know, trying to get kids from where they are, moving them forward, you know, but I'm a realist as well, so. So, you know, go ahead, Kim, if you want.
If I may, we have, or I've calculated the results as far as we can tell of the MSSA test, the master test. And using the data on the portal, PED Cognia / SAT, whatever portal. And in years past, these are fairly close to what the state does. There's get tweaked a little bit, usually within 1% or so. And it looks like we have a 7-point growth in language arts and a 6 percentage point growth in math this year. Now, that's nowhere near where we need to be, but that's quite a bit of growth in 1 year. So I'm really pleased with that. And I think that's really going in the right direction. Let me throw that in here.
Could I just ask you to upload the template with the completed information to the Charter School Division?
Certainly, you want me to send it to Bridget or doesn't matter? So yes, the general, I'll send it to you, Bridget. Okay. There's two of them. There's NWA.
Because we're using that for next year in the comparison, so we need copy of that so that that can be completed.
Okay, yeah, our instructions were just to present these numbers.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah.
And please send it to Dr. Faulkner and me and ccharter.schools.
okay, Dr. Faulkner, I don't believe I have.
Okay,
All right.
then you can send it to me and I'll forward it to her.
Okay.
Thanks. Commissioner Beck.
You took care of what I was concerned about.
Commissioners, any other? Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the effort you obviously have put in on this and that you've taken our concerns and taken it seriously and really put a lot of effort into your working on this new template. And thank that. We thank all the schools that have been involved with this so that you guys are the test cases, and we recognize that's an extra effort, and we do appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just want to say congratulations on the community grant. And just, I know we talked about this yesterday, but I don't remember. Is your school one of the schools whose designation changed out of the MRI grad?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Okay.
We got sucked back into that. Sorry.
Well, and as was explained, some of those designations, you just couldn't move out because you had to be there for
4 years.
2 or 3 years or whatever it was. So it's not that, so you have to look at the data to check to see what it really is as opposed to just purely a designation.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So are we ready for a motion?
Can I move that the baseline information for School of Dreams Academy be accepted and be utilized as a comparison for data provided during the next charter term?
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Ingham and a second by Commissioner Gibson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes.
Well done.
See you guys.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice afternoon.
Yes, thank you, guys.
You guys related?
think I can tell from the walk. Yeah, yeah. So our last school is San Diego Riverside Charter School. Missy, there's no one here, is there? No. So just so commissioners know, the head administrator has had multiple family members pass away. Yeah, so he is an interim, but he indicated that it would be highly unlikely that he would be able to be here today. So this is a school, once again, that is not yet under the commission's authorization. They're a school that's transitioning over. So I think at this point in time, 12E, item number 13 and item number 14, we will simply move to July. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're right, sorry. But that's 14.
Is that why there's nothing in their baseline folder?
Correct.
Okay.
There's been, yeah. So I take that back. It's 12E and item 13. Okay. All right. Okay. We're not going to do 12E. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I need a second, yeah, okay,
So I understand that there's challenges on a personal family nature with people at school. However, is there only one person in the entire school that could have uploaded documents to the trust? I'm concerned that there's nothing in that folder.
I hear your concern, but I
Yeah.
honestly, I can't,
Okay.
I'm
All right,
incapable of answering that question, because I'm not at this, so I
okay.
don't know, I get it, I do, but I can't answer the question. Missy reached out to, Mr. Archuleta yesterday, and, it's, yeah, I don't, I don't know the particulars of what's been going on, so I really can't answer that at this point in time. So I think the best we can do is to move what we can to July so that we can have discussion. Honestly, there's no action we can take if they don't, so, right. But item number 14, we have to approve their contract so their funding continues.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any authority over them today. We can't put them on the intervention ladder. There's nothing we can do anyway.
Yeah.
So I feel super comfortable approving their contract. They're gonna be our school. July, when they come, then we can actually start doing stuff anyway. So I don't know if we're actually missing that much today, because I think it could be frustrating to be in this situation and not be able to take action today anyway. So it might actually be for the better that they'll have a contract with us next month when we actually can go through these things with them.
Julia's been trying to think about this, so we're just kind of trying to stall.
Did it?
To the extent possible, I'd have everything on the record that we're trying to do right now. I know that sometimes.
I think we are. So, here's what I'm thinking is last month, we postponed the transition year checklist because there was one item that was not uploaded. That was corrected almost immediately. So we weren't able to approve that transition year checklist, and that was remedied right away. And I feel like you had, I guess I'm more comfortable approving the transition year checklist as complete, so I'm more comfortable doing 13 and 14. I don't have any problem with you all discussing anything with the school next month when they come in front of you, but I do feel like it was close to a technicality, I feel like, and they fixed it almost right away. You can, it doesn't, the condition, I'm just pulling up the condition in the contract. There are more things that they're going to do over time. So if a commissioner felt that you wanted to skip it, you probably can. Their contract would still be valid. That's the thing I want to make sure is that they have a valid contract. Those are just my thoughts on it. I think they've completed the transition year checklist, and they did that about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
The school did indeed complete the transition year checklist.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, I had my finger on, I shut myself off. So it's only 12E, their baseline data that we don't have. Well, we have everything else. Mhm.
Okay, I move the PEC accept the transition year checklist for San Diego Riverside Charter School and confirm that the condition to complete the checklist is satisfied.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Beck and a second by Commissioner Brower. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 14, which is the approval of the contract and performance framework for San Diego Riverside. And there were a number of us that were there at contract negotiations. Commissioner Cadillo?
So I was there at contract negotiations, so I think all of us were there for renewal. And some things are procedural, and I'm glad they fixed that one thing right away, you know. It is June 21st, right? This has been a long, arduous 6 months with this school. Nothing has come easily. And I just, I'm not going to vote to support the contract because as I didn't support the school in December, I'm not going to support the contract now. And the reason is just quite frankly, and this goes to, you know, all of our experiences in the last 6 months. I simply do not have confidence in this school for the people that are involved in the school to run a school. And I don't have confidence that the kids are going to get the learning that they deserve and that the taxpayers deserve because they're paying for it. And I don't know, I'll be the one of however many here sitting at this counter, but the dais rather, but it's just, the school continues to be challenging to me on pretty much every level.
Julia, what would happen if we don't approve this ever? You know, like if we vote to not.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It goes to the secretary, and the secretary would make a determination as to whether, what the terms are. The only times that that's happened, there's been a disputed term, and the secretary made a determination on that term. This would go, the charter law doesn't contemplate this really. So they contemplate that there would be an impasse between the parties. I guess my opinion is there isn't a, there was a meeting of the minds in terms of the contract, and that you negotiated it and they negotiated it and their board did it and and it's up for you now. And I think you had an opportunity to not renew them, and I think you have an opportunity to put them on the intervention ladder. So I would think it would be very ambiguous and difficult for the school and would very much throw the school into chaos to not have a contract. So that's kind of where I come out. I know that that might be frustrating to some of the people here at the table. I just think that's how I see it.
Commissioner Beck and then Commissioner Brower.
This is a 3-year contract, correct? Not a 5-year, right? Okay.
Yeah, and I just don't see that as an option for us to like do anything else other than put a motion forward to approve this contract. It would put us in a bad situation to have bad faith negotiations for months around this school and then not take an action. So I appreciate the question because I was wondering that same thing, Commissioner Burt, but I do believe we need to move forward with a motion.
The last thing I want to add is already been mentioned by the chair. Every other school that's been in front of you is already one of your schools. So you have the ability to take action under an existing contract. You don't for this school. So I think they could show up or not show up, or I don't know. That's why next month, July 1, you have an ability to take action. You have an ability to start to move in any direction, and that's supportable.
And we've talked about this a lot. The moment in time was back in December at renewal, but then that was a promise that we made. And we engaged in contract negotiations, hopefully in full faith. And at this point in time, if we said no to this, then that was bad faith negotiations. And the school has engaged in budget discussions, and families have left for, summer break. And, to say, oh, now you don't have a school, I just can't, I just don't think we can act in bad faith like that. It's, that would absolutely not align with our mission and vision in treating people with respect. Commissioner Rubio, did you have your hand up? Okay. You did. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Ingham.
I certainly understand Commissioner Carrillo's hesitation in this. I not familiar, so I was gonna ask, can you clarify when you said because the school has had such a struggle to get us all the information that we needed and some, I have to admit, in my mind, the rigor that they had to go through to get as one of our schools compared to the rigor of a new school was significantly different. I think if they were a new school, I think they would have never gotten this far. I would like to ask so next month they have a contract, and the suggestion or the option was to immediately put them on the ladder. Is it, I guess I need you to give me a little more understanding about what next month looks like when we have such grave reservations. Because I agree that there are grave reservations that they have the capacity to run the school.
I mean, number one, they have to provide their baseline data. So we get that information, we're taking a look at, where were you all through this year? What have you done? I'm going to speak for Julia. I don't think her recommendation was that we immediately put them on the intervention ladder. But based on the conversation that we have with the school and any additional concerns that we might have in terms of growth, proficiency, I mean, there may be concerns that are organizational, simply because they had an interim head administrator. That's who we negotiated with. And he has, unfortunately had his personal, but that wasn't stopping him. His interim contract expires a week from today. And he's made it fully clear the school needs to move on and get a permanent head administrator. I do know, because at the conference, I met, Teresa Archuleta and Dino, and my understanding is last night, the board voted for a contract or mentorship for the board and that, and I think, I'm not 100% sure, helping to find a new head administrator to guide the board through that process. I don't know what, they understand the need to get someone as soon as possible. So I hope someone will be somewhat on board next month, but, we won't know until next month. So I think it's based on the conversation that we have with the school to see what the level of concerns are at that moment in time to make a determination as to what path we want to go down. But to say now we can, but it's not we will. I mean, it's an option. Once a school is under our authorization, we do have the ability to then place it on the intervention ladder. Commissioner Burt.
So I feel like there's a valid, strong contract and exhibits for this item. So for me, I'm until there's data that shows that there's something that actually, having difficulties with a school or a school not having it together in the same way a different school or what our expectation levels are, I don't think that's relevant to what we're doing today at all. And I'm actually, the more I think about it and even hearing us talk about it, I don't necessarily like the idea of having a school come next month with something in the back of their minds of oh God, they're going to do this to us already. The first month we're on there, where they're already going to do this right away. I mean, I hope that we can see schools with, they need support instead of they need a reprimand. They can't do it. I don't believe in that. I hope we can adjust the way we think a little bit and rely on data and not feelings to go down that path. This is a school we knew from renewal would need support. And so I hope that that's kind of where their contract is about, we did negotiate a good contract with them. We have a good contract today. We did that. So I'm just nervous with creating a relationship, starting off a relationship, with that in the back of our minds going into next month, instead of leading with support to start. And then let's see where it goes. We have conditions. We have a 3-year renew. I mean, we have levied an enormous amount of things on this school. I feel like it's important to give a little bit more time before we start making judgments and have data present for us to make those judgments with. So for me, I feel confident in giving them a contract. Let's not put them in a weird spot to start. And then let's start thinking of the support path that needs to go down, which it sounds like the school's already doing as well. Contracting mentors, getting people to help with them. So I think if we can look at them from what are they doing right? And then if there's some pieces that it's just not clicking together, let's figure that out with them before laying into them. So that's kind of where my mindset's at right now. And I feel good about giving them their contract, and let's go ahead and move forward.
Can I respond? Okay, so I agree with you. That's a poor way to start the deal. But I got to reiterate that they've started out on a very poor foot themselves. And that may or may not be their fault, but it is an indicator of their capacity. And for me, I just don't want to get very far down the road on a school that doesn't have the capacity. So I fully agree. I will vote for the contract, but I also recognize the concern that we have, that they need to show both with the board and whoever they pick for a head learner, that they have the capacity to bring this to fruition. And to be brutally honest, that hasn't been displayed very well. So I'll leave that at that. Ken.
Commissioner Carrillo?
So I was at the negotiating table with them in Bernalillo, as you all know, and I know 100% that I negotiated in good faith. It's the things that have happened since then. And up to then, but definitely things that have happened since then. Because that was the end of April, if I'm remembering right, when we went down there. And so now we're nearly at the end of June. I mean, having negotiated union contracts for years in my other life, I mean, I take the charge of negotiating in bad faith very, very seriously. You're sitting across the table from people and then you know your membership is going to vote no. That's just, it's kind of unconscionable. I have a question for Missy. Is anyone from the school online at all?
Not that I know.
Okay, to me, that speaks volumes as well. That one board member, just one, could have been on Zoom to say, hey, look, this is what we're going through. Please just understand that and have some empathy for the challenges we're facing as we try to launch this. Just one, or an administrator. That's not asking too much. And that's why I feel, no, I don't feel this way. That's what demonstrates to me that they don't have the capacity to have a school. And you want to start a relationship off on the right foot. The right foot, as this goes forward, is recognize that this is a school in distress in all caps. And that we will do then what we can to offer them all the supports they need. And, I hope I'm proven wrong. I hope at the first year that they'll come back to us with their accounting of how they've adjusted to their cap, that it's kind of a whole new world. They've turned this corner. They found the group that can actually lead. I hope that happens. You had a conversation with me that affected me greatly about revoking a school, what that means when you went to Chicago. And we spar sometimes, but I learned from you and I appreciate that very much. And then from the indicators of distress seminar that was given at the charter school conference. So I want to give schools every opportunity to be the best they can be. And the very fact that nobody even had the, professional respect to even just be on Zoom today indicates a lot to me. So it's no secret the way I'm going to vote on this. And that's that.
Commissioner Brower?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the Public Education Commission approve the charter contract and exhibits, including the performance framework for San Diego Riverside Charter School, identified in Agenda Item 14 for the 2024 to 2027 charter term. I further move that the charter contract with the referenced attachments be signed by the chair and the completed documents be sent to the school's governing board president for signature and then posted on the PEC website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Brower and a second by Commissioner Burt. No further discussion. This will need a roll call.
Commissioner Armiel,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Klostersilage, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
No.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck, yes. There are 8 votes for, 1 vote against. The motion passes.
Thank you. And we're now ready for a lunch break. I'm sure Cindy is. Sure.
I'm cognizant of a couple of things, that there are a number of people from Alma that have been here for hours. And I hope you've been entertained. And I know sometimes on Fridays you like to get out, Fridays are Fridays. So if you didn't want to take the hour, you just wanted to do the 15 minutes and have it be more of a rest break than a lunch break. Usually meal time is very important to me, but I understand, and especially because you guys have been here for so long.
I would appreciate the lesser time than,
We could do 30 though. I didn't bring food. So I'd like to go get something.
okay, 30.
Maybe not an hour, but
Okay, so at 5 after. Okay, thank you. So that folks know, Commissioner Klasichillit had a meeting that she needed to go to, so she won't be here the rest of the day. And Commissioner Manus should be, he's in his car, but he's listening.
I'm here.
Thank you. Do you have anyone that's online that needs to be let in?
They have been let in.
Okay, all right, thanks. I appreciate that. So we are on to, why does this sound echoey? Does it sound echoey to you? Okay. We are on to item number 15, discussion of possible action under the intervention ladder, including review of the corrective action plan for Almaday Arte Charter High School. And I'm just going to ask at this moment in time and or remind people that our mission and vision includes respect for people. And that is how we expect people to behave while you're in the walls of this room. So please, I'm not going to say do everything you can. I'm going to say you absolutely need to respect everyone that is here in the room and act with decorum.
And really quickly, thank you all for coming up. I know it's not around the corner. So thank you all for coming up, Ms. Cruces.
Seems like it's around the corner sometimes. I know. Okay. So thank you once again. I'll ditto Commissioner Carrillo's. I do fully understand what it takes to come up here. So we do appreciate it, and we do appreciate the in-person. I appreciate Zoom and it being able to let us have half-hour, 40-minute meetings without having to drive to Santa Fe to do that. That's, and that's happened a lot. But for meetings like this, I'm that person that needs that human contact. And it really does, we act differently when we're in person. Hopefully that's a better thing. But I have found more often folks feel it's easier to misbehave virtually because it's harder to control it. So others can have different opinions of that, but I do thank you for this. So just to remind commissioners that we met in April and had a very lengthy discussion with the school. And the decision was made to place the school on the intervention ladder. And the school appeared virtually in May for the corrective action plan. Dr. Amador was virtual for the May meeting. And we are here today to go over the components of the corrective action plan and see where we are in terms of information we've received, whether it's sufficient enough, and if there's still information that's missing at this point in time, so that we can continue with the path forward. So what I'm going to ask to do is the same thing that we did with the May meeting, that we're going to take each CAP component and then move on to the next. So give me a second because I have to open the CAP up.
Let me know if you want me to share any of the documents.
Missy, I can do that.
So before we do begin, I want to make sure that we've got introductions for the record. So Dr. Amador and anyone else with the school that's going to speak, a reminder to spell your last name.
Dr. Adam Amador, Amador.
Rochelle Pugh Swafford, Peugh-Swafford, Swafford.
And
Online.
is
Good afternoon,
Leon, is she going to speak? Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Vanessa de Leon, attorney for Alma de Arte. Last name is spelled D-E space, capital L-E-O-N. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will also say that if there's, and I know there's members of the Governance Council, if there's questions that come up,
We need to wait. Cindy dropped out of the meeting.
oh, okay. So it's okay, I can tell you, it doesn't have to be on the record. If there's questions that come up and you wish to add something, just raise your hand and we will certainly recognize you as members of the Governance Council.
It's like watching water boil.
Where'd you get the sandwich? Where? Pantry of Rio. Oh, the pantry. Oh, yeah. You made a happy man. I like their carne adobada.
Unfortunately for me, they close at 3 o'clock. So when I come up here, I don't get, they're not open for dinner any longer. So it would be
Oh, yes.
Have you seen it on the website? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yep.
They didn't open that, that's upstairs.
But the initial notice was only from 58. We have received a complaint. It was nothing. There was.
Oh, by the way, it's a new, that's a new restaurant. It's not Market Steer anymore.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the one. we-
Yeah, no, I know, yeah, but Market Steer is not a, it's a whole new name. I know.
This is still a question.
Where is our stenographer? Let's get this.
Okay. Does people?
Yeah,
Okay, she has returned.
she has returned. It's like the Phoenix.
Apologies.
Did she say something? Oh, no problem, no problem.
Sorry.
I was just hoping that one of your big dogs didn't knock you off a chair. Okay, so thanks once again. We are back. If, so I don't know where she dropped off. So did you get Dr. Amador's introduction? Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to
I did not get his introduction.
you start.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Barely.
There was discussion about opening the cap up and then I dropped off.
Okay, so if we just go with the introductions, I think we'll be good.
Dr. Adam Amador, AMA, DOR.
Rochelle Pugh Swafford, PEUGH SWAFFORD.
And Dr. De Leon's gonna have to introduce herself again.
Thank you. Dr. Vanessa De Leon, last name DE space LEON, recently retained attorney for Alma de Arte.
Thank you very much. So the first item in the cap is academic progress. Item number 1, show adequate academic proficiency and growth of the students. And we did engage with Dr. Jody Ernst to come in and to help because the school does use Illuminate, which I'm sure you know presents some challenges with the data that, as they present the data. And we also know, so it was 2 things we were hoping to accomplish. Help the school be able to get this information to us, and it's clear and it's what we wanted. And secondly, we've got a number of schools coming on the performance framework that uses Illuminate, so we were able to help create the templates. So moving forward, that should be helpful as well. So that, so so just a reminder to commissioners as well, the condition of renewal was for this school to attain 5% growth in both math and ELA. So that was what Dr. Ernst was, and I need to open up the other one because that has the, so Deputy Director, do you want to speak to that? And then we'll let the school speak to that if you wish.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. So there is a PDF in the Google Drive that has been replaced a couple of times because the school has been adding things to the Google Drive. We've been updating the ratings as we go. And finally, right before this conversation, I added a document, a Google Doc version that could be updated real time so that at the end of the PDF is still in there as 15B, but this one, 15B4, will update real time and then the commission can approve that one. So adequate academic proficiency and growth. The school does not meet on this. The standard was 95% would show 5% growth in both reading and math, and 72% showed 5% growth in reading, and 51% showed 5% growth in math. The second part, provide a plan for implementing. The PDF version says does not meet, no plan received.
Correct.
I'm not going past number two. These two are linked. The number two is to address number one. And, so they have provided a plan, but I did not see it until 5 minutes ago. So CSD has not had a chance to review it yet.
So, okay, you have a question? Because I do. too.
The question, because item 1 says 95% participation level, but on the furthest column to the right, what was the participation level?
Yeah,
I don't have the ability to go to 4 different things at one time. I'm just curious, what was it?
okay, I will. So the participation rate in math was 87%,
Okay, it's 63, see it, okay.
and the participation rate in reading was 63%.
I'm gonna make sure I can do this.
So if you look at that chart, it, answers
I
that.
got a question.
Commissioner Beck,
A few questions. What's FAY?
full academic year.
Okay, thank you. I love all these acronyms. They're great. Why was there so many less tested in reading than in math? I mean, that's a statistical, I would understand 90 versus 85 or 90 versus 83, but 90 versus 65. Why was there such a variance in that?
Okay, so can I just interrupt for a second? Because we've kind of gotten out of sync, because we should allow the school to say whatever it wants to say before we start firing questions at them, because maybe they do answer it. So we'll take yet another reset, and as long, you're finished, correct? So Dr. Amador.
When we look at the data for Alma, oh, you guys took it down.
What do you want up?
Uh,
Which one?
I can kind of explain what you just had up.
Okay.
If that's okay.
That one?
Yes, so one of the things that we discussed in the April meeting was the attendance at school. And so this is an area where they've been struggling. So while it looks low, it's actually for Alma, that's pretty good, getting the students in there to test for math. Reading, a lot of our students, we have probably about 20 some students in ELL. And some of the anxiety levels go up when they've got to read or they've got to perform like that. So that's something that we're knowing that we have to work on. And they have a tendency not to come to school. And it's if you look at the longitudinal data for the school, anytime there's testing, the attendance goes down.
Dr. Amador, if you could please also add and explain maybe how a student who might be there 4 years is not required to test all 4 years.
This is only 1 year's data we're looking at.
Yeah, no, and that's true. This is only this year's data, and so
I guess let me rephrase that. Within those 104 students, were there students that weren't required to test in reading or math because they had already met the requirements for graduation?
yes, and that data is not up there. They didn't request that data, so if the commission would like, we can readjust that to reflect those requirements.
So I think we need some clarification, because my understanding is this is short cycle assessment. It's not the state, because your high school students would only by state are required to take the SATs. So that would be a whole different data set. This is short cycle assessment. So all schools and the students, all students,
Yes,
school
that's correct. So
should be taking this.
That's
and
correct.
it's not, they don't meet a benchmark as a freshman and then not have to,
Yeah, no, no,
you
no.
know, take
So-
everything, because this is a discussion we have a lot, students proficient, they still should be able to grow.
Right. And
So this
and-
is, there shouldn't be anyone exempted out.
no, and they're not,
Right.
and I think it's a personal mental exemption. I did good
Right.
on the last one. I'm not gonna take the test this time. And we have had students do that. And that's, like I said, that had been kind of a practice that had been going on. And so we've done everything we could to get students in for testing. But again, it goes back to the attendance issues that we experience at the school and whatnot. So we know we have to do a better job there. This is my first year there, so finally having some data and some statistical analysis is going to be very helpful moving forward.
So can I, and you may not have this at your fingertips. Can you at least give me like a guesstimate of what the participation rate was last year? And if you're uncomfortable because you don't want to put a number out there and it's not right, but just to, to get a general, I don't know if you can or not.
And I just because I looked at it, what was reported was 95% exactly.
Last year?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we have documented at the school.
Short cycle or SAT?
Short cycle.
Okay. 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 But I do believe the growth would be significantly different and not in an upward trajectory. Yeah, okay. Just double check. Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, I've been, I reviewed I've really reviewed like every document ever, and I can't find where and how it came to be agreed upon that 90% of students would grow 5%. If anyone can help me with that. No, so the condition was just that they need to make evidence of growth in math and reading and science when results are published. It was very generic. So where did it get specified that that's the target? Because I'll just say that seems unattainable. 90% of students to make their growth that's like I actually don't know I've never seen a school do that, ever.
No, and I guess
And it's in here that that's something that is, but I can't find where, like, I've watched the entire April PEC meeting that I missed. I've read through every document, and the only place I can find it is in that was shown, that shows it's not, but I don't know where that came to be. And I do agree with the participation rate. You guys need to get that up. But I'm more concerned by that it feels like we're setting the school up for failure. They're never gonna, I don't know any school that has ever met that, ever, in the history of education.
Where do you see the 90%?
And I'm
So
gonna say,
on 15B1, it says, is the percent to meet greater than 90%, greater or equal to 90%. But that's really all I can see. And then I saw it
Oh, I gotcha.
reflected in like CSDA's
Right.
analysis. Okay.
But that wasn't necessarily, I'm saying is the percent to meet greater or equal to 90.
No,
That's.
sorry. I'll, if I could get Director Chavez
Of
or
course.
to just answer that question first.
you're right.
Chair Gibson, Commissioner Burt, it is in the contract, and I just pulled up the contract on the website. So right here, this is charter renewal conditions. So the first one is, by the end of each school year, 90% of FAY students from 9 through 12, et cetera, increase their reading proficiency by 5%. Second one, same thing, increase their math proficiency by 5%. It's in the contract.
I don't know exactly what to do with that. I mean, if it doesn't get changed, I will say I'm not going to be looking at that, because 51% of students increasing 5%, 72% increasing 5% in reading is 72% increasing the reading by 5% is a success. That's a success. So I'm not gonna, I do still think it does not meet, because the testing of all the students still has to happen. But from who was tested, that 72%, I know better. That's a success from those teachers last year.
Could I just clarify, that I think will help you, is that they set goals, which is that 5%, but the results of the goals are not part of the condition. So the 90% is not, so if you.
It shouldn't require them to meet or does not meet or, okay.
But
The
they were,
participation makes sense, like that's clear cut.
they were required to provide the information, but it's for informational purposes only, not included as part of the conditions.
Okay.
That has just, been, conflated a little bit.
Okay. Because I think that's one thing I think there's still a lot of work that needs to happen, but I'm also looking at the work that has happened. And I don't want to take what those teachers did this last year and be like, that's not enough. Because that actually, that's a lot in reading. That's reasonable in math. That is nothing to scoff of, that 51% of students. I'm sure every teacher who's teaching math and science is like, we want to get more, but I just want to make sure that's in my mindset. I'm trying to find the good and then also create condition, like keep adding supports to like what needs to be focused on and supported. But I do think the teachers deserve for that not to be in red necessarily. Okay, that's the only comment I have on that particular.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the condition is the process that the school will follow. They are not scored in the condition on the outcome.
The concern, not on this year's, but on last year's, was the lack of reporting of the condition. That we didn't get the information. So that's, that's always, not on the current, but it's owned by the school.
Well, and just to, once again, like I remember renewing this school having nothing and being told there was no assessment being given, nothing, no testing happening at all. So this is a vast improvement in gaining data to allow for accountability. I mean, we couldn't even get to that point because we had nothing and there was no process. There's nothing being done at school to test students. And that was so concerning at renewal. So once again, to see the growth of the students, huge positive, but to see the growth and process of the school of getting this going and building off of it year over year is once again progress I want to recognize.
Commissioners, any? Commissioner Carrillo?
I'm so sorry. I apologize. In that same condition, it's administering all PED required assessments at 95%. It actually, I don't know if it's supposed to be that. Right, so actually the short cycle assessment, which I still think you should get 100% of your kids tested, short cycle. But I don't know if that's actually I'm looking at black and white, right? Like for me, this is very much black and white. I'm looking at data. I'm looking at what's on here and what should be followed. So once again, if it was 95% last year, well, you said on short cycle, do you know your PED, the SAT administration, do you know your participation rate in that?
Unfortunately, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, and that's just not something we'll have for a little while either. So once again, I don't know if necessarily this is a does not meet in this category. And I'm just like, it's hard for me because once again, I'm reading it in black and white, which actually may be a helpful perspective because I didn't engage in the conversations to figure out the back and forth, but the black and white and then what I'm trying to get those connected. So I think we also need to be clear on that. Like if the condition was that PED required assessments, but if they're being given a like some kind of rating based off of their short cycle, that's actually not appropriate. Even though, once again, you still should be getting 95% of that short cycle. That doesn't negate that, but I wonder if we need to be more clear on language and data, and it needs to match.
So I guess the question is, what has been communicated to the school in terms of the reporting of the condition of renewal? So we don't see those forms. So the question is, did the forms indicate if there was a form? And if there was a form, did the form indicate that you had to upload short cycle and not, because and it's actually not technically PED administered. The SAT isn't technically PED administered, because this simply says PED administered.
So if I can just address the documents. The condition document is online. It is attached to the contract. The school has had that. The fall, and it starts with short cycle assessment. So you have to look at 1 and 2. So Commissioner Burt's point is valid on the SAT, and that's probably pending. But number 2 is short cycle assessment and the process that they need to use. There's a section 1, actually the school is required to submit it a couple times a year. There's a fall assessment, there's a winter and spring assessment and results. And then on the results for informational purposes only, that's the part we've already clarified. So what I think, going back to what Dr. Russell was talking about and filling out document 15A as we go along, I think on 15A, that's pending because they don't have they should know their participation level, but they're going to get that as well. And then there's evidence of growth in math in that. The concern I have is that they're a high school, and I don't think that that's going to show growth in math or science, given what's going on right now. So you're probably going to have to rely on number 2. So Dr. Russell, I don't want to type into your form if you're typing into your form, but 15A.
So 15A is the blank, just so we're capturing everything. 15A is the cap that was approved by the commission in May. 15B is the ever-changing CSD analysis as we get more documents. And 15D, which I have to reopen.
What you wanted to use.
So 15D was the CSD analysis, 15B, with revisions that we could then write on and capture everything.
And then let's write.
Unless you'd rather me
No, I'm
copy the blank one and write in that
I'm
one.
fine with what you're doing.
Okay.
So let's go to 15B4.
Okay.
I think, and show it on the screen. So I think number 1 is pending.
Okay. So I'm gonna put this in suggesting mode, and everything in suggesting mode was during this meeting. So this is pending.
I think that's pending. I think you could put for informational purposes only because they did provide it, but but it's and actually that isn't it, because that should be under number 2. So you should capture 72% because that's short cycle. Number 1 is PED assessment. Number 2 is short cycle.
So I'm going to, okay, where's the comment function? Hold on a second. There's usually a little plus sign where I can add comments.
So what you're saying is relevant.
Oh, I know.
Another point. So let's just walk through it. Yeah. I understand.
So I think I appreciate this, and I know I feel like I'm slowing it down a little bit, but I feel like looking at the documents with like kind of fresh eyes, if I can't understand it as like a third party almost, that to me is an issue. Not that anybody's leaving the school at any time, but it needs to be clear for anybody reading it, what the expectations are, how they're rolling out, what's happening. So I apologize for being so particular, but I just want to, like, once again, I feel like clear expectations are the only way we actually can make progress, right? Clear expectations and then clear data to show that. That's how we can actually see anything.
Well, and I also think that that's a good point in that we've been trying to get back to that condition document and using the condition document, and that's what you're doing, is bringing us back to that. I am going to download and then put into the intervention letter the contract so that that document is there.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay, so let me go back to your document.
Chair Gibson? I'd like to, on the next iteration of this, I'd like to split this out because these are two different requirements. This is PED and this is growth. So it's pending for the 95% PED requirement. And so I'm going to write.
It's also pending for the second one too,
These.
Dr. Russell, because that evidence of growth is for the SAT. It's not for their short cycle. So number one is PED assessments. Number
Right.
two is where the short cycles.
Right, and that's what, but so what is the, so if 72%, so,
That should be in the box below it.
right, I know, we're going to add another, a box below.
And then the evidence of growth is pending as well.
Well, but
It's going to be whatever PED says for growth.
okay, but they have growth data here. So this 72% and 51%,
That was under number 2.
right, that's going to be,
the
number
existing-
2.
The existing
That's
number.
But they submitted evidence. It's just,
No, that stays the same. So
Okay.
let me try to explain a little bit more. That, if you, just do a Control-Z a couple times. Okay, now the red right there, that will just go into the box below it. So if you take out that row below, it goes into the box below it. Now, number one in total is pending because it's all dependent on PED data. And it's just not yet, it hasn't come out yet. It's the data for the SAT that the PED did with the school.
and the NMASR.
Yes,
But
so we
this
won't have
evidence of,
that for a while.
but the second bullet, that goes down below.
No, that's
No?
for the SAT and for the,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
And look at
yes.
number
Okay.
2 is short cycle, so it
Okay.
shouldn't go in a new row.
They can't show growth in math, reading, and science if only 11th graders are tested.
But
And they weren't tested prior year in 10th grade, so how do they show growth?
the PED is doing growth in some way,
They're not,
but I mean, they are. They're not gonna do
not for
NA.
10th grade, not for 11th graders. not for
I
high
thought they
school.
were doing it based off of the growth and proficiency.
That's just an increase in the rate of proficiency. It's not even the same cohort of students.
That is what the state is using.
They're not
And
gonna
we've
u-
already said that if that's what the state is using, and this clearly says PED required assessments, we can't then take another box and say, oh, but we're gonna look here for this. It's not on us that PED is not showing growth in the SATs. That's not on us, and it's not on the school. For the way this is written, it precisely says PED required assessments. So we can't go anyplace else and say, but we're gonna pull growth data, good or bad, from another instrument for this purpose. Sure.
I think we heard in the last month that they were only going to show growth in 4th through 8th, right?
Exactly.
So, okay, well, stop. Let me finish my thought. So in fact, when you're looking at a SAT from 23-24 school year for 11th graders to SAT for 24-25 school year, that's in fact not growth. That is not growth.
It's not.
Right.
It's not.
So how are we putting that in here?
I have a more explanation then. When this condition was created, this was based off the condition 2 years ago. At that time, we were told there would be growth, right? And actually, I think back then they were like, oh, we're gonna do PSAT, so we can do growth, like, that's where PED was back then. So this condition was kind of created with what we were told at that time. I don't think this works now, which was kind of my point of bringing it up, is it felt like it it didn't correlate with this in black and white did not actually make sense for what's actually happening today. But I don't think, once again, I saw that it was red, does not meet on the school. And I felt like this in particular, this isn't on the school yet. Or, you know, like until PED gives us stuff, it's just not, it just didn't feel like it was like the appropriate measure for that. But once again, like Chair Gibson said, either we look at it with a discerning eye, right? So we know, all of us probably in this room know, that if PED shows growth on the SAT year over year, it may not be the best measure for us to look at and then be like holding them accountable for it, right? But it is part of the condition. Maybe it should be reported just what it is, but you're right. For me, it's not as valuable as the assessment results that I'm being shown that are these short cycle assessments. But once again, I'm looking at it more from like the legality part of it, the black and white, just what's in there, not the nuance that we would have to do in order to make that be relevant.
Deputy Director and then Cheryl.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Looking at, this is Alma's annual report for 22-23, they met the standard for testing 95% of kids. It is my professional opinion that line 1 here shouldn't have had anything to do with PED assessments. It shouldn't have had anything to do with 95% participation, anything to do with the SAT or the NMASR. It should have been showing growth on short cycle assessments, full stop.
That is number 2 is the only.
No, it is not. Number 2 is provide a plan for, I apologize. Number 2 is provide a plan for improving.
That's what number.
What is there? I don't even know if I want to suggest this.
Please do.
Well, the thing is I don't want this to be because we did this 2 years ago. I don't want to just keep it just because we did it. Like it should be relevant. It should make sense. It actually should help support progress. And so I'm conflicted because I don't want to open it back up again. Like that's what's in the back of my brain is I don't want to like change things for you now. Like you've been looking at this, you've been reading it. I would not want to change things, but I also feel like this in particular sets you up for, you're not going to meet it. Or like, I don't know how you show success in this. So I'm conflicted with that notion. Like, I don't want to change anything because we're into it, but I also want it to be relevant and make sense.
And I hear that. It's difficult to fix this at this moment in time. But I think moving forward, it would be my recommendation that the school come forward with an amendment so that this can be fixed. That, to me, that's at least the future pathway forward. It doesn't fix this kind of mess, but I think it, for the school not to get any dings for reporting, and it's clear what the school has to report out, that if the school does an amendment, it can be, then because this is similar to schools that we negotiated contracts with a couple of years ago, and it said, we're going to get a certain score on park. And then they got rid of park, but the contract says park. Then, then what do you do? So we've generalized contracts to say whatever the state assessment is. Commissioner Burt and I were on the negotiating team, and we were relying on what PED said their plan going forward was. So here we are, and then that plan completely changed, and then schools, and we don't encounter these until we get into this, and so it's unfortunate. I think at this point in time, showing academic proficiency and growth on PED assessments, yeah, that has to be pending because it's the SAT, plain and simple. And I wholeheartedly agree, the SAT doesn't show growth, but that was not, I would, yeah.
The school could also, the school could also renegotiate an option 2 under a new performance framework.
That's what I just said. The school would have to, if the school comes forward, the school they could do two things. You could go on to the whole new performance framework, which would give you the option 2, which allows you to use short cycle instead and/or the PSAT, or they could, if they just wanted to renegotiate the condition, I think that's a discussion that the governance council has to have with the head administrator and the testing coordinator to decide, because you've got 3 years left on the contract, so that's still a substantial amount of time. So I think if you're looking to find a pathway to show clearer progress for the school, the option 2 and the new performance framework allows schools to do that, because it certainly allows schools that have those different missions to be able to show the story of their school in a far broader fashion through the short cycles and through the mission goals as they're being written now. I think that's, I hate to offer advice, but I think that's an option that the school should look at. I really do. And I know we had a conversation a while back about amendments, and, it's a process. So, but I think it's a process that could be accomplished before, if not very early on, the start of this school year, so that you'd be into the whole school year with this. And you're already doing those short cycles, so that wouldn't change any, you wouldn't have to change that, which would be a big lift. The performance framework fitting into that is less of a lift, and you just have to look at your mission goals. Cheryl, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you. Well, what I was wondering, and maybe I'm just confused, the second bullet point, I wonder if the intent behind it may have been to tie into the actual conditions, because the conditions are about using short cycle data. And so that might be less complicated if we just change that.
It just wasn't, that wasn't the intention. So back then, so back then, there was no short cycle assessments being given to the students, none. They didn't show us final exam data. I mean, they were like, we do not test our students at all. So back then, it was like, let's just get them to test kids. Like it was that basic back then. That's what this condition, the second condition was meant for, was we're gonna look at your PED stuff and the results, and you guys just need to start doing.
No, what I'm saying is in the actual conditions on the contract, it's about short cycle assessments, not
But just implementing them. And that's not what we want now. Now we do want to see their short cycle assessment growth. Like this is valuable data. We want them, but we want them to be credited for it. And right now, the way the conditions are written, they're not going to receive credit for anything that the only thing that they would receive credit for based off these conditions is just doing it, not off of the actual results. And I do think that we would like the intention now is you are doing those. Now we do want you to see, we want to see your growth in those. So I do think it's changed over, like the school was in really rough shape when we renewed, because there just was nothing. There was nothing at that time. So I think our baseline, which I think this is a testament to just even a little bit of growth over the year, right? Is like, which I feel like a little bit like we're moving the bar already. But I do think we are, because that was such a low level condition. Do short cycle assessments, right? Like just do them. That's all we want. But now, I mean, I think this just tells your story better than relying on the PED assessments, which is why I'm encouraging it to like be considered differently, because I just, like something struck me wrong when I saw that in red right away. And I was like, wait, but that growth is good. Like that's good growth for a school year for teachers who are transforming under a system, right? Like that is good growth. So that's why I was trying to, like, I think maybe back then it would have been more meaningful just to get them to do it. But now you're doing it and we need to see the growth in another way that actually is helpful and meaningful for your school and to tell us the story better than your SATs. So that's my intention of bringing it up.
Yeah, and you're right.
I want to hear more from Cheryl, because I think there's more.
I guess, what I'm trying to say is, so in the actual conditions, I mean, I get what you're saying. So at some point, you're like, okay, we want to see some growth, but there is nothing, this is saying short cycle assessments. It's not bound to the PED assessment. And so I don't know if an amendment is actually needed. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
It's under contract.
If you look at the context of it in the steps, it's literally just that they do it, that they will run the beginning of year short cycle assessments. It has nothing to do with the results of the short cycle assessments. That's how baseline this condition was 2 years ago.
Doesn't it say, oh, it was just up there. Didn't it say there on the second bullet from the top, or even the first one, doesn't it say increase?
Right, but those were, like Julia said, those were informational only.
Right.
They're not,
It's not embedded in.
yeah, it's informational only, which once again, this was, I don't like, honestly, this is what we should have done 2 years ago with this school. This is what we should have done 2 years ago. Made sure this happened 2 years ago and had them come up to us 2 years ago and saw it then. We're past this because you have implemented this without actually the PEC pounding down your neck to do it. So that's been done. That goal, it said it's in the contract that it's informational only. I don't want it to be informational only because it's the only information we have.
Informational only. I don't see where
I
it
think you have
says.
to go up a little bit, or maybe it's down. Sorry, down.
Other way. So they're supposed to take action in the fall, take action in the spring, use it, and then the results are for informational purposes, not included as part of the condition. So the goal was to have the school do short cycle assessments and utilize the data at the school. And
That was it.
well, and I'll say also, there was an assumption that the PED data could show.
Was gonna, exactly. And that's where, once again, this should have been done 2 years ago with us, right? But now this school is doing this. And that's why, once again, I don't like necessarily being like, oh, you did this and now I'm gonna raise the bar, but you are doing it. So I do kind of wanna, well, and I do think it's not even, I think it allows for you to show your academic increases, whereas you're not gonna be able to with the way the conditions are currently written. Like, you're not gonna get credit for it ever, right? And so I think I'm looking at it from like actually a very positive way. Hopefully, you're not seeing it as like, oh, great, now it's more. Because I don't think it's more. I think it's just more realistic and actually reliable and reasonable than the way that these were written back then. So.
Thank you. And Cheryl, thank you. So the first one is, and I'm just curious about this, and maybe Dr. Russell can answer it. So when we do numbers and percentages, like in concern one, for this to the right, 72% showed 5% growth. When we do these, not just here, but in general, 5% of 100%, so someone goes from 35% to 40, or 5% of the student's current proficiency rate. So they may be going from 35 to 36.25 or whatever. How are we figuring that? Because in terms of numbers, you can just make it say whatever you want it to say.
That is an excellent point, Commissioner Creel, because what 35% to 40% means a 5 percentage point increase in proficiency rate, not 5% growth. 5% growth would be, as you say, 5% of 35%. And so it wasn't worded well.
So we have to, I think in the future, when we either negotiate things or whatever, we have to say what our denominator is though, so it's much more clear.
I think once again, when we negotiated that, this was with a former head administrator who, based off the information and maybe a lack of information, right? Like we were dependent on what that head administrator, and I don't think that head administrator maybe even knew what assessment was because they never gave them. So I think this was based on maybe bad information at that time.
I wanna,
You're right. No,
I wanna start getting clear on what we mean by percentages.
it's weird. This is a weird
Okay.
way of doing it.
Okay, and we do it all the way across the board, the way we've, all over, not just at school.
Most are good. This is a weird way to do growth because 5% of a student who's high, like excelling, and to get them 5% more, so challenging. 5% of a student that's 4 or 5 grade levels behind.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even gonna get them anywhere, number one. They may not even, that may not even be a grade level at that point. It's very
5%
weird.
of 20 is 1. So it's like, it's just figuring it. The second part of the question was, in moving forward from concerns 1 and 2, is where in concern 2, it says no plan received. Okay, is it?
It's changed.
Is
It has been
here?
received, but it hasn't been reviewed yet, but it has
Okay,
today.
okay.
Chair Gibson, Dr. Amador put it in a folder and there was some confusion about where things were. I have since added it to the PEC Google
okay.
Drive as item, 15B5. And I did do a cursory review if you want my assessment,
fine.
but.
That's great, but commissioners, the important point is that there was something there, that it wasn't just not reported. So that's important to know, and I'll appreciate that in just a second.
Okay.
So, I've often been said that I have a memory like an elephant. And I do remember those contract negotiations. I remember the renewal. I think many of us walked away with buyer's remorse. Honestly, because there was just such a lack of information. And that's where, and it was one of those schools, and you aren't the only one, that got like a COVID reprieve. Because there hadn't been things being done. So it's like, how do you make a decision when you don't have information? And that you can't. So you took a chance, and we were also taking a chance on PED moving forward on what they told us they were going to move forward on in a plan, and that didn't happen. And then it gets embedded in a contract, and now you can't implement it, and PED's not sitting here. We're sitting here and trying to struggle then in trying to move forward. So it's, I just hope we find a better pathway. And I've said this publicly at other meetings. The Governance Council, I applaud 1,000% because they made the right decision a year and a half ago, I guess it is. And I think Skaggs was at the contract negotiations. Yeah. And it was, it just, we walked out of there and it's like, so they did what they were supposed to do. They knew what wasn't happening at the school. So that was, they did do the right thing. So it's, we were amazed at what wasn't happening.
So based on the ground we just covered, it would seem as though we can move on to number 3. Is that?
Cheryl,
Because they have to review.
I thought the deputy director was gonna give us a cursory review of the plan.
Oh, okay.
If you're not comfortable doing so,
On the fly, yeah.
that's okay. I don't want you to say something that you're not, we can. So we're good if you wanna leave it at pending. It's up to you. I don't want to put you on the spot. And we haven't been able to look at it, so none of us can really ask questions about it, because I don't want to look at it on the fly and then throw questions out.
Chair Gibson, Commissioners, I do not want to do the school a disservice by by giving feedback before we've had a chance to really engage with it.
I appreciate that. And I'll say that I am often challenged with the multitude of folders that end up in our drive sometimes. And I try to find things and it's not, and then I found it and then I can't find it again. So if there was any confusion, we own that.
That's on me as well, Madam Chair. I was getting confused and I think there's duplicates of documents in some places and they're not in others. So I apologize for that as well.
So we are on to item number 3, which is shows special education compliance. And that is pending. And if we go back to the May meeting, Dr. Amador did indicate when we were talking about actions to be taken by the school and by us for this meeting. And we talked about someone looking at the finances and Jody Ernst helping with that. Dr. Amador did indicate that someone from REC does reviews of the IEPs. And I asked the director to get that information. And it's on us because unfortunately, she asked the wrong REC. So that REC indicated that they don't do that. So then it was unfortunately dropped as that's not really happening. And I spoke with Bridget yesterday and said, what happened with this? And she figured out that it wasn't that it's not happening, that it was a different REC that should have been contacted. So Deputy Director?
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioners. I communicated with the contractor who had been working with the school, Ms. Hatch, yesterday, and she indicated that she had been working on a contract through an REC with the Office of Special Education on something called the IEP project. That has now been, I guess, concluded for the current fiscal year, and Ms. Hatch was uncertain as to whether Office of Special Education was going to resume that in fiscal year 25.
Okay, but that's not what we asked for, because we had said that we were going to send in someone, if necessary, to do an audit of the IEPs. Dr. Amador said someone's doing that, and that's the REC. So we simply wanted, we can't get a report for next year. We wanted the report for now, for this past year. So if they were doing that review during this past school year, why can't we get a simple update? That's what we asked for.
So I will ask the Office of Special Education, because they were the ones contracting with the contractor, to provide us with the official report.
So the individual who was actually doing it, simply because of the contract, they're not allowed to?
Because they contracted
Offer-
with the Office of Special Education and not with us.
Okay, all right.
I don't know, Dr. Amador, did they provide you with a report?
Madam Chair, if I may, yes, the report is in the special ed folder under IEP project site visit report.
Okay, hold on. I thought that was October.
Yeah, so that's what she gave us in October. And so when we contacted the Office of Special Ed, Lori Pacheco said, if you want to look at the progress of what does it say here? Special ed compliance, she screenshotted in an email that's in that folder as well. And she said, this is how you can look at your compliance, but that's the only report that we had received, excuse me, from Ms. Hatch in October. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So let me just ask, has she been back to the school since October?
Yes, and we have, to my knowledge, I haven't received any reports
With special ed?
from her yet.
Okay.
And so,
Okay.
if they are, we haven't received anything.
Okay, and I did see the October one, but we're really more interested in, because October was the beginning of the school year. So the concern is, how did the school do through the bulk of the school year? So I'm going to say this gets labeled as pending, and we get the most current information. Because Dr. Amador gave us the most current he had, but that should not be the most current that special ed has. The complaint, that's up to special ed to finalize that complaint. And we have, we may hear this, this year, we may not. I don't know how long it takes them to finalize those. I honestly don't. But if we could get that update, and that's going to help the school too. I mean, to me, and this isn't on anyone, it's on a it's just very discouraging to me that entities come in, they do reviews, and then there's not immediate or close to immediate feedback that's provided, because that's what, it shouldn't just be compliance. It should be compliance to provide support for the school, so that if the school is not doing something they're supposed to be doing, how do they take action on it? I mean, yes, on one hand, the school should know what they're but there could be things that are missing that maybe fell somewhere between cracks. And the fact that bureaus don't have that information and aren't providing that information back, it's frustrating for us. So,
Madam Chair, if I may add to that, what we've run into in the SPEDCAP is really objective. One scorer will review one IEP or one document one way, and one will review another way. And so we've ran into where we're talking with our peer schools or special ed leads in other districts, and they're not getting the same scrutiny or advice that we are. And so that's been a huge problem in this process as well, where one person scored, an IEP this way or the process this way, and another did this way. So we got dinged here this year, but last year with the same process, we were good, or vice versa, right? So that's kind of something that we run into as a school, and as a small school like Alma, with not a lot of resources, it gets very time consuming and costly under these caps, because depending on who your scorer is, it depends on whether you meet or do not meet these processes.
and I'm not sure, when you do get that, is there opportunity for feedback back, so that there may be an opportunity to revisit a score? I don't know.
Dr. De Leon, can you speak to that part?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Amador. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. So to that, I've been in conversation with Mr. Miguel Lozano, which has been very supportive through the process. And he has also agreed that really, working with the Office of Special Ed, there needs to be inter-rater reliability to ensure that those that are rating are speaking the same language and providing feedback that is consistent. Because once the dings are noted within any cap, within, here, this one specifically from the Office of Special Education, then it is extremely time consuming, and it is difficult to try to remedy when in previous years that same corrective action was approved. There was not an issue with it, but then in the current year, it is identified as an issue. So that conversation has been just the need for the Office of Special Ed to have inter-rater reliability for those that are providing the feedback to the schools, because the feedback is inconsistent from year to year within that same campus, and also from campus to campus, and schools talk as well, so.
Yeah, schools talk a lot. And that's also one of the reasons why we dropped off from our compliance CSD review of IEPs, because there's not staffing, that's special ed staffing, so that there were, you know, you're adding even more inconsistencies to it. So our reliance on Sped Bureau to do that, at the very least, they're the experts on it. But thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Burt?
So I've heard this from quite a few schools that I've visited in the past 6 months or so. The one thing I'll tell you is, I think it can be, I mean, we were just talking about like getting, for our travel, getting inconsistencies, right? That one time it's good, one time it's not. It's frustrating. The only thing I'll say about it is if they didn't catch it the year before, or it's fine the year before and it's not fine now, it's still not fine now. So I think there is a level of, I mean, we can be frustrated, that's fine. But I do think when don't let that be a hindrance to, okay, got it, it is a thing. We still do have to, like, because I mean, I'm hearing from many schools that special ed is coming down a little bit differently. And then in the past, like just recently, than they have been previously. And I don't think that's going to go away soon. So I think it's better to just like jump on board and not let the frustrations of that, you know, kind of build up, because I think it's easy for me to just get frustrated, right? And be like, I just did that the right way, and now you're telling me it's not. But I mean, they told me it's not, so now I can't do it that way, right? But it's easy to let that kind of build up. So it may not, I would expect it not to change for a while. Like you're gonna get new, different, more from them for a little while. So maybe just kind of keep that in your mind of like, it's gonna be, you're gonna feel it a little bit differently right now. But if it's not just you guys, I'm hearing it from many charters that it's, and traditional schools, that it's, you know, special ed is looking at things a little bit differently right now. So.
Okay, and I agree. I mean, you've got Dr. De Leon. If she wants to go fight the fight, you know, she can go fight the fight. But I think for the school itself, you're spinning your wheels, just, you know, just try to move on, and you're taking a lot of energies if you're trying to say, oh, but last year, you know, I get it. I do, you know, because yes, that's what we did yesterday about our reimbursements. Oh, but last year that didn't, you know, but, you know, you can, if you choose to have that fight, you can have other people using their energies for that. It's your dime.
And I think it's just because we're on the cap, right? And
Yeah.
so I'm looking at baseline data and I'm saying,
Yeah.
wait, hold on. And so that's our issue is even with stuff going on this year, there's been consistencies in the reporting and scoring. And so it's just, even with things this year, we've had those issues, not even looking back. And so that's kind of if I could just make a suggestion, I really think that on the charter school side, we need to look at support in that area. Because this is where we get in trouble, right? And if we're, you know, like you said, if we're here to collaborate and work, I think that's going to be very important, is having really focusing on special ed, and not just the law side, but it's what happens in the practice or doesn't happen in the practice. Most administrators through our master's degrees or doctorates, we only get the law side. We don't get the practitioner side, the data, right? And that's where I think the school was hurting, because they couldn't provide it. And now you're seeing that we're able to provide that information. So thank you.
Well, and we appreciate that, because we've got 2% money, and anything that will certainly help a broad spectrum of schools. That's what we're looking to do. And our special ed populations in absolutely every school is growing because special ed parents gravitate towards charters very often. So I appreciate that. We do have on Zoom, we have several special ed staff people, Sped Bureau staff people. So I don't know if they have anything that they wish to speak to. If they want to be brought on, we're welcome to hear from them if they want to speak to these items specifically. Once again,
I don't, they just walk down the hall. Yeah, okay.
don't know.
Would the representatives from the New Mexico Office of Special Education like to make a comment? If you could raise your digital hand. Nobody has raised their digital hand.
We're moving on. Okay. Item number 4, show compliance with the attendance for Success Act and enrollment and disenrollment process, including lottery. And what is that? I think it says enrollment. So the school, so let me back up just a little bit. In April, in preparation for the April meeting, the executive committee had a Zoom meeting with legal counsel from the school at that time, and Dr. De Leon was on. Ms. Swafford, Post Swafford was there, Dr. Amador. You were not there. The EC and Ms. Barnes, and at that time, Ms. Matthews, who was the contracted legal counsel, in preparation for the April meeting. What do we need to see? And there had been a concern about disenrollment and whether the Attendance for Success Act had been appropriately carried out. So we asked the school to provide a chart with the student number of those disenrolled and then do a spreadsheet. We sent a letter, we had a meeting, we health counseling was made available. The student had an IEP. If the student didn't have an IEP, then you move on. If the student had an IEP, when did what's the name of the
Manifestation determination.
manifestation determination hearing take place? And at the April meeting, Dr. Amador indicated that he had that, but he had forgotten to upload that. So we carried it over to the May meeting, and it's my understanding that Dr. Amador was contacted before our May meeting, and we said, you can upload it now, and then it can come off, hopefully, the cap if the information is there. And that information didn't get into the May meeting, so that's why it's sitting at the cap, still in the cap. From what I saw, Dr. Amador uploaded the enrollment reports from the school. So Deputy Director, you want to take it from there?
Yes, Madam Chair, he uploaded charts showing a student STARS ID And then reason for enrollment, reason for disenrollment. And then CSD put this chart together showing the 22-23 disenrollments versus the 23-24 disenrollments and the reasons for each. We have tried, because of the unavailability of NOVA data, we haven't been able to get an exact count of how many of those disenrolled students had IEPs. Ms. Rowe dug into it, looking at 22-23 stars data. So students who had been at the school in 22-23 and then were disenrolled the subsequent year, we could see which of those had IEPs, but we would have missed any new students, any ninth graders. And we only found 2 students with IEPs for certain who were disenrolled after being absent for 10 days. But there could be more if they were ninth graders or new students. Cheryl?
Sorry, that report was from NOVA for this school year, the 80-day count. And so it doesn't capture a lot of students.
Once again, we asked Special Ed Bureau to be able to provide that information for us, and they were at that moment unable to give us that information. So there should be at least, so this is what we're going to need moving forward, which is exactly what we asked for in April, and I think we're going to provide it. Is a form for the school to fill out with exactly, so there's no confusion as to what we are specifically asking for. So we will provide the form for the school. You'll get it ASAP. And for the July meeting, the school will upload that information from that form for the disenrolled students, and we'll create the spreadsheet as to what we're looking for in terms of dates and what information, so that it's clear on exactly what we're looking for. It does. So, well, that's going to be check mark on the form. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I will say, looking at the chart that the deputy director did upload to us, it's an unfortunate number of students that have left the school. You know, when we look at indicators of distress, which we've been doing a lot, that's one of our benchmarks, you know, is how many students are leaving the school. Understanding that attendance across New Mexico is an issue. And that speaks more to maybe the disenrollment, but the voluntary movement out. I get parents have choices, but we do look at, you know, retention is what we look at. And it becomes concerning, you know, it's that, you know, it's an indicator of, you know, what could be going on. So now I want to just speak briefly to lottery and enrollment. Because I know the school did work on their website. That original lottery process was that you had uploaded for the April meeting was still on the website the last time I looked, and it's probably, I don't know how recent that is. And by and large, lotteries processes often don't have to change a lot because the lottery is kind of the lottery. The difference being sometimes lottery processes have to be updated because statute has created new preferences, and staff now has preference from back in the date that lottery process. But the bigger concern is the actual enrollment process, because there's nothing on the website that shows, here's the enrollment form that you have to fill out. Not saying that a school is purposely doing something to discourage students, but when you don't have it on the website, if I'm a parent, how do I know how to get my kid into school? How do I, are you, if I have to come to the school and fill something out, what does that actually look like? And we've spent a lot of time as the commission trying to make sure that schools are not even subconsciously discouraging someone from entering the school. And that's why the enrollment process, we try to make, the guidance is, it's supposed to be as absolutely neutral and asking for such a limited amount of information so that there's absolutely no perception that someone, oh, I'm just going to put that lottery number over there, that it is a fair and equitable process. And that's the concern there is, where's the enrollment form? What does it look like? What are you asking for? Once you enroll a student, then yes, you can ask the more personal specific information, IEP, things like that, so that you get, more information now because you have to serve the student. So that's where we're really lacking still that information on enrollment.
Madam Chair, if I may, we did have a review on, unfortunately, I wasn't there to provide more information to the board Monday. My dad's services were Monday and Tuesday. So on this one, I did update what I could, and you can see the lottery information up there, the lottery registration form. So if possible, if you could give us till July to get this. The board did review everything. We know what we need to update. This is my first time seeing the board in a couple weeks. But we do have the lottery form, and as if you can see there, it's asks minimal information: your name, my name, mom and dad's name, where you live, submit, right? Pretty. But as I went back into the historical forms, it did ask, what is your art form? What do you want to specialize in here? And if you're coming in and not knowing, that's already I don't do art, right? So we had to take those out of the original packets. And at this time, we are redoing the original packets. And so I will have those ready for you in July. And you'll see it's very plain and simple. Just if a parent comes to get a registration packet, like you said, it's just as simple as this form is as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's important on that is not letting people or parents or someone have access to parts of the website until they've been in some way enrolled. It's just a good idea. And then I can't see the rest of the form, but it sounds like you're on top of it relative to as minimal information as possible. So that was going to be one of my questions, because I'm wanting to hear from you on when will this be done? So we can look at it in its final form in July. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, yes, it'll give us, and like I said, notwithstanding my circumstances, it'll give us time to provide to the commission exactly what you guys asked for. But this gives you an example of where we're at. And Chair Gibson, the website, it's leaps and bounds from where it was last semester. So
it is. I mean, it was non-existent there for a while, and then it even when it existed, it was not great. So, and what Commissioner Carrillo is referencing is to that a parent public should be able to get access to 99% of what's on the website. What they shouldn't get access to is the enrollment information once you've been accepted in. That's something that only a parent, guardian should have access to once they've been admitted. So that I can't see, oh, they're going to ask me for this. Well, you should know they are, but you can't ask that beforehand. And I greatly appreciate this, but I'm also going to make this the cautionary tale. we shouldn't be here at this moment in time looking at the enrollment form. You know, and it's not on you. I'm gonna say this to the governance council people here. This is something that needs to be. Missy does this all the time, you know, boards need to calendar the whole year. What do we need to look at? What do we need to make sure we're, you know, up to par? Even if it's okay, we don't need to update this year, but we've, you know, you have a list and, you know, September, we're gonna be looking at this. And we don't have to do anything for most of it, but there's a couple of tweaks that need to take place on this. And, you know, this is when we're gonna spend more time on our meeting looking at short cycle assessments, because we know the, you know, beginning of the year assessment took place here. So this next meeting, this is when we're gonna have a bigger dive into it, because they're gonna have more information for us. And that's what good governance is. And it keeps you on track, and you're not then having to say, I'm sorry, we should have done this, because we've had this whole year of maybe some kids not coming into the school because they didn't know how to get there, what they had to do. That's, you know, I know you've got enrollment challenges. And it's tough. You know, if I'm the person that needs to knock on the door to get into the school, that's where we're trying to make it as neutral as possible, because you could make a subconscious decision about what I'm wearing, what the color of my hair is, or anything, so that you don't want people, you know, to walk away and say, is he just going to take that paper and put it at the bottom? You know, so that's just what you don't want. Commissioner Burton.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I
no.
thought you were done.
No, it's okay. So that, you've answered the lottery question, and I'm glad you're gonna bring us something in July. And maybe this was covered, but I don't think like a next step was covered, unless I'm seeing. So on the enrollment and disenrollment, is this where the CSD is gonna provide the form? Okay, and we're gonna get that information on the what's and whys. Okay, thank you.
I captured it in the notes.
I think I'm a little confused about what's being asked outside of the disenrollment. That's actually one of my only things that I have like questions about. I just want to see how that had gone. But on their website, there is an enrollment and lottery policy that explains the policy, and this form is online.
Just recently.
But it is, I don't care, it's on there today. So what do we need more? I mean,
Well-
for me, it's, sorry, I'm not.
Okay.
I am not trying, we do not go and micromanage other schools about anything other than what I can see right here, that it's there and that they're not doing anything illegal on their lottery form. That lottery form looks absolutely appropriate. They have a policy. Why are we doing more with it? Why, I mean, I'm just confused. Why are we bringing this back up in July when there's so many other things that need to be done that are like the things that haven't, like, to me, this should be a working to me. Some of these things are done. And I, like, once again, I'm worried that we're getting too far into us, CSD, and you guys can keep working. But for me, I'm getting worried about getting too far into the micromanaging of this school.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I was asking Dr. Russell
Didn't have.
or CSD, like, what are we looking for in July? Like, what have they not provided in here that they need to in July?
Regarding lottery,
The lottery and enrollment. Yeah, lottery procedures.
I think they've met for lottery. Cheryl, is there something I'm overlooking?
Yeah, I think they're fine that, but the first bullet concerns me, from number 4. So for example, the school policy, That has not been reviewed since 2020, and there's an item in there that about 10 consecutive unexcused absences. It doesn't align with Attendance for Success Act. Furthermore, there are letters that have been sent to families that say that if the student has missed 10 days, excused or unexcused, not consecutive, just 10 days, then they can be disenrolled from the school. And it's in their,
Okay, so
it's in
to
a
interrupt real quick, I'm only
policy.
asking about lottery,
Okay.
lottery only. Is there anything else on lottery that
No.
we need to like delve into more?
Nope, lottery, they're good.
Attendance, once again, the attendance stuff and disenrollment, I feel like that's a little bit different. And I do want to see some more information about kind of what happened in the past and what's going to be happening in the future. But I'm just, like, I'm hearing that we need to do more on lottery and enrollment, and we don't. Okay,
No,
all right, great.
I didn't ask them for anything different.
Well, I just heard that that they're gonna bring a lottery packet to, or we're gonna do like, there's something on here that said that there was gonna be more about lottery, so. But they did,
They have,
and they did.
but right.
I'm not worried about, it's on there. I think we have bigger fish to fry. Okay. Well, I didn't have any questions about the attendance.
Right.
I know, but that wasn't a question I had asked. I just asked about lottery enrollment. That's it. I didn't have
About
any
the
other.
lottery
questions.
enrollment? I don't think so. It was the Attendance for Success Act, which we've covered, and it's gonna, I believe everything will be satisfied through what we're asking the school.
That does
to
need to come
provide.
back, yeah.
Except the
policy?
the policy.
Well, I think we can put that into the chart that's gonna be created. We can have a checkbox that says updated policy.
Madam Chair, if I may, they did review the policy Monday, but if you go back to our meeting in May, the reason Director Chavez and I had the dates in July where we had them was to make sure we could have the board meetings, because we have our board meetings on, you have yours on Fridays and then we have ours on Mondays. And that's what happened in May, and then the May meeting we had to cancel. So it put us a little bit behind. And then we had our next meeting, the 3rd and then the 17th. So with that being said, where I'm at is we have asked, and Rochelle and I have asked our peer schools for their attendance policies as well, and they read just as ours does. And they are state charters. And so when we ask them for documentation as well on what letters they sent home, they're sending the same letters home that we are. So in terms of getting advice or anything from anybody, I don't even know where to go to, because I'm not going to cook something up.
Right.
And
No, I get
the issue that I have is when I pulled from my local charters and other state charters, the information's the exact same. So I didn't know how to guide the board on the attendance for success policy, because you have state statute and you have the attendance for success policy, and then you have CSD guidance and PED guidance. And so if you could provide us guidance on what exactly you would like us to provide to you, we can make that happen before the July meeting. I think that would be very helpful to us, because otherwise, like I said, I've asked my peer schools and they're giving me the same information that I have. And it's not been helpful at all, even providing it to our general counsel. And we're kind of stuck on I found a nice letter from 4 administrators ago that was like, we'd really like your kids to come to school. We need 90% attendance. And there's nothing saying what can happen if you don't, right? But then through the year that we had, I said, the parents need to know and understand that their child has to be in school. So the question I have for the commission is, what is the threshold? If I have my attendance intervention plan and the parents never come to meet with us at step 1, what is the threshold? Because there are, so that's the first question. And then the second question that I have, how long do we keep students on the books if we can't communicate with them? That's what I've run into here. So obviously, there was a progression in our letters to parents. However, what supersedes what? And then looking at our peer schools, when they're running the same, actually, some of their information is more punitive than ours. So I'm wondering where exactly do you want us to be? And if you guys or CSD can provide that guidance for us, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, so, I'm gonna say, a couple of things. We don't provide the guidance for the Attendance for Success Act. But we will certainly get whatever information is necessary for that, because that's not what we do. That's a PD bureau, and, we also don't regularly review policies unless, a concern is raised. Because it's yeoman's work with 50 some odd schools to be reviewing all these policies. I can't speak to on site visits. There is a review of not the policies, but so how do the letters get reviewed?
Chair Gibson, we don't actually review letters home to parents. We look at policies, we look at the school policy, but we don't look in files at letters that were sent home if there were no complaints about it.
So you reviewed the policy because there had been a concern raised?
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, we can certainly, and remind me of the name of the bureau because they change all the time. It's
Oh,
doing-
gosh, you're asking hard questions. Student success and safe and healthy schools, student success and wellness.
Okay.
It's one of those. But yes.
It's Safe and
Healthy Schools, Bridget.
So, okay, so we will certainly, because once again, we don't provide that guidance. But we can certainly get whatever information is necessary to help you be able to respond to this. Absolutely. Ms. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, I'm sorry.
So in addition to, that we're not gonna do it. But I also don't think that we need to be, you just need to have it for us. As far as we're concerned, it just needs to be done. But any flags you get from CSD, you can work on that. But for this sake, but that's also not the policy itself is not something I think, I'm not worried about. I can see your policy as a parent. I think I've seen that policy. I think my school has sent me that policy because I had a kid who tore ACL playing football, was out. I think I got those letters and that was the policy, right? So, I don't know if it's the policy itself. What my concern is that I think you can help satisfy next month, ideally, would be, was that policy followed, whatever your policy was it followed last school year? And I still haven't, that was something I would have liked to see last month. I'd like to see it this month I saw the chart that shows the disenrollments and which, the ones that were by attendance, which I think absent 10 days. There's 32 that were disenrolled last year. I honestly, holding up a policy, following a policy, people don't like that, especially when it hasn't been ignored for years. People aren't gonna like it. Understandable. But I do want, for me, those 32, I just want to see that you followed the policy, right? So creating a chart of those 32 students that were disenrolled and give me a call, we sent out a letter this date, we sent out a letter this date. This student had an IEP, so we held a meeting. The parent didn't show up. We called, this didn't happen, or, we did make contact, but then the student still didn't show up. That's what I envision seeing, to where I can move past that, is what I would like to do. I'd like to be able to move past it, that whatever your policy was, I just want to see really simple. Student 1, this is what happened. Student 2, this is what we did, right? That they were absent 10 days, we sent out a letter. They were absent 14 days, we sent another letter. They were absent, to where if you can show us that kind of information, that's what I feel is the most meaningful information for this particular item. And that, because I would like to just be able to move on from it. When policies actually, when a school or any system, a business, right, is not doing what it's supposed to, and then all of a sudden someone starts making people do what they were supposed to do the whole time, a lot of people quit that job, right? Because they liked the system of not doing things that way. And it happens in business all the time, right? Like, that was always supposed to be happening. It just wasn't. And people who benefit from it not happening don't like it when it starts happening. So I think that's the disconnect that I see is, and that's where I genuinely don't like having hearsay to look at. I want data. I just want data to show it, right? That for me is the more, like, the most meaningful thing I could see for this item. And as we continue monitoring.
I just wanted to mention that's the form we'll send them and they can complete that. But we just want to be clear with them. We want exactly what you said, this.
Okay. And just to introduce yourself again.
So sorry, this is Vice President of the Governing Council Board, Kimberly Skaggs, Chairwoman Gibson, Commissioner Burt. Very valid questions. Just for full disclosure, we did bring up the attendance for success policy Monday night, but we're uncomfortable changing it without guidance.
Okay.
So we did bring it up and just kind of froze.
That's fair. Yep. So we will. When's your next meeting? Don't say Monday. Okay. August? Oh, you take July, yeah. And a lot of schools do that, I get that. Okay. So. Okay, and it doesn't need to be voted on that for our July meeting, so we're fine. Okay, thank you for that.
Just one quick comment. I am not as, I understand the whole idea of policy. I just want to say that's a heck of a lot of students that got disenrolled. And for me, that would cause, as if I was the board and the administrator, I would say, yes, we followed policy, or hopefully you did follow your policy, but there's something structurally wrong. That somehow we've got to engage and keep those students from being so lackadaisical about attendance. And maybe further discussion with people before they get disenrolled, or possibly a exit interview that said, you know, I tried to talk to somebody at least to find out why they were unwilling to submit to this attendance policy. I just, you know, there's a letter of the law, and then there's the fact that that's a heck of a lot of students exiting your school on, you know, by being disenrolled. Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair, Commissioner Ingham, when I was in kind of observation mode the prior year in May, the average daily attendance was 60 students out of 130, 127. Okay, so that was the average daily attendance. Even with the withdrawals, voluntary and involuntary, the school maintained 130, average of about 130 students. We hit, I think, close to 147, January 22nd, about there. And at the 40th day, there were still students that were not responding. So I just want to kind of give you some context, and then keep in mind that Alma has had a chronic absentee issues, absenteeism issues for a while, but our attendance clerk reported that the average daily attendance in the spring to August, December, November, December went up significantly. And that was a testament to our communicating with parents daily and getting told off daily, because they don't want to be bothered, right? But I think and I need to share this because it's part of the narrative. There was a mindset of the parents and the students that Alma was the chill place, okay? And even when I started, you could walk in the cafeteria and there would be 50 to 60 kids in there hanging out, hallways full of kids, nobody in class. So that's documented. That's what I documented to the governing council in my May report to them. So we've made on that end to be able to lose that many students and still maintain a nice number of where we should be at. I think there's a testament to that, right? And the kids that are going to school are you know, they're going to go to school, but even the parents, and we have documentation of parents telling us, I'm not taking my kid to school if I don't feel like going, right? And that's that's documented by the parent. And so those are things that, if you would like to see that documentation, it was provided to the charter school division, folders and folders and folders when they went the second time in April of some of those communications that my kid doesn't want to go to school, I'm not going to take them, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? And Alma has the reputation had as an alternative school that you're going to really work with my kids. So my question always to parents and to the commission, to the board is what is our threshold, right? What is our threshold? Because our mission, we have to create artists and scholars, and you can't do that if you're not in school. You can't get 95% participation if your kid's not in school, right? And so I will take you up on doing an exit interview. And I think that's going to be pretty powerful moving forward to really give a narrative to the numerical data that you're asking for. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Carrillo.
On the exit interview piece, that would be something that Board Chair, you and the board would then maybe have on the calendar, that Missy was speaking of. Maybe it's every other month or something, just to get a brief report from the administrator. How many exit interviews you've done and what is the trend that you're finding? So that way the board's just constantly on top of what's going on.
We move on to 5. Should be pretty simple. Establishment of the finance and audit committees. School has done that. I'm not sure if contact information has committee agendas. I know there was, forgive me, I know there was some, but I'm assuming it's there. You know, so we're in the process of implementing a data reporting system, Epicenter. And we're hoping that it's going to take a heavy lift off of head administrators in terms of, and we're hoping that at some point in time, it can become friendly with the other bureaus so that, you know, there's one submission. Because I know there's been challenges across the board with schools being able to access things. So I'm looking at the quarterly reporting to CSD that's in there. It says provide committee agendas by June 12th and then quarterly thereafter. Am I seeing something that no one else is seeing? Okay, so I'm just wondering, instead of the school having, so that's something that should be able to go into Epicenter so that it's not, it is a slightly additional thing, but that it can be, we can set that up in Epicenter.
Yes.
Hopefully we can get that done and make it easier. And then it's just something that the charter school division has to go in and see that it's been uploaded. So thank you. I'm gonna have to take a break. So item number 6, establish policies at the school and provide a plan for addressing parent and student complaints and staff grievances. So I'm gonna tell commissioners that the school did upload a lot of information about complaints that had been made. Well, for 3 of the 5 that had been identified through the meeting in May. But what we were looking for was the process, not what the complaint was. It's not our business to dig into the complaint. And there was student information there. There was information that we should not have eyes on. So I have it removed out because once again, it wasn't us to dig into what the complaint was. We wanted to see the process that, you know, in a small chart. And we will do that in the form to get it done because once again, there was information there. It's, you know, I did not want at this meeting for someone to start to ask a question about a particular complaint. From what I could gather from the information as I tried to glance over it and not dig into it, was that there were 3 of the 5 that were responded to through your upload. But we will do a form and get that done so that the information is what we need and appropriate.
One thing I'll say about these items as well, I mean, it's historical, right? I do think I think when I'm looking at it, if there were mistakes made or lessons learned, like things didn't go how it happened, I think it'd be better to acknowledge that, and then how are we changing moving forward? So I'm not necessarily looking at it to like admonish and be like, well, now we're gonna close you because you didn't do that right, or, I don't think that's it either. And I think it's, being able to listen to both sides, but then also allowing and the governing board to have space to be like, this is what happened. And if there were anything in either of those things, right? In the disenrollment or this, if mistakes were made, if like include some narrative on how you can like look at that, be like, yep, we should have done this and this differently, and this is what we're going to do moving forward. I think that could be very meaningful as well as you're doing those, because I feel like it could come across as like bad, like, and I'm sure it would, like, if there were mistakes made, it's not going to feel good to like list them out and provide it. But I do think if you can also create some narrative about, this is what happened. Now we have this complaint policy, and this is why we actually put this in the complaint policy, because we noticed this and this and this weren't happening. So we're looking backwards, but then also look forwards.
Commissioner
I
Carrillo?
just want to make sure, like, the main thing in this seems to be, we don't even know the process.
Right.
Are we gonna, so is that gonna be presented to us in July?
It
Oh,
will.
good. There you go. That's my question.
Yep. So I'm just going to tie into that a little bit. We've been working, we've said in a number of meetings, on indicators of distress. And what we're looking at, this process is not for us really in that sense that, we want to bring you, and it's more of a process that we're helping to create better governing boards, plain and simple. And it's more of a tool for the governing board to be able to use themselves. So I have it's just an ask. You don't have to do it. We have a trial survey, and it's got multiple questions for a self-assessment for a board. And we're actually looking for input into whether it works, it doesn't work. I would have asked this, or, that's not something. So because it goes with this, what I would ask the board is if they would be willing to take that. Missy has copies. She can send it to you. It might help you in your planning for this year, and also help you in looking at, are we doing these processes right or not? And it's something that even going forward, when we finally decide on this is something that is not for our eyes. We do not want to see it. CSD will take it just as they've completed it. And if there's anything, we want people to be as brutally honest as possible. Because if it's a scale of 1 to 5, and a school is saying, oh, we're a 1 or 2, to us, we're never going to see that. But it is for the charter school division to say, hey, where can we help you? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing, and that's what we want to do. So we are asking for that brutal honesty of the boards, so that we can see what do you need training, what do you need, and how can we help you? Because that's what we're looking to do, is, only makes the school better. So if the school would do that, we'd appreciate it, because I think it would help. So she can either email it to you, or she has copies of it
I already have it on my calendar to email it on Monday if you guys were agreeable, so.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. I have to take a break. So can we take a 10-minute break, please? Thanks. No. So 8 is a meet, so we're moving on.
I just had a question on 8. No, don't just make you a big sigh. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's thinking the question. What is your plan for the future? I'm just curious if you agree. Are we good now? Now we're good. Just curious in brief, what is the plan for teacher mentoring? Because this meets.
Let me pull it up for you really quickly. So one of the things that I think we get lost in sometimes is reminding that level 3 teachers that they're statutorily obligated to be mentors. And in the process, we create teacher leaders, right? And so one of the things that I'm looking to do is, first of all, find the teachers that want to be mentors, high energy, really good at working with people, right? And then put them with first year or alternative licensure teachers. So what we'll do is we look at the mentee. I will be assisting them, Mr. Romero will be assisting them, and then how we're going to do things at the school, what the expectations are, mentor-mentee expectations, and then we're going to go down August, to have a checklist. But one of the things that we did in addition to this was we went to the half-day Wednesdays, so we could really invest time in those, in all teachers, right? We should kind of continually be growing and mentoring. So we went to the half-day Wednesdays, and we're really going to put a lot of emphasis on growing teachers and growing instructional leadership on the campus, right? So this is, I'm not a checkbox guy. I like the talking, the face-to-face, but this is really going to keep us kind of in line with what we need to do. And then it's going to keep us accountable, but those Wednesdays are going to be really, really powerful because that's when we're going to get into the professional learning communities and really, really establish a culture of scholarship in academia, right? And so once we do that and we focus on tier 1 instruction, I think that's really going to be a driver in the culture change on campus moving forward.
Thank you very much. I didn't know that tier 3 teachers were statutorily required to mentor. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You did because you were level 3. Did you know that, Alan? Yeah, oh, you smarty pants. I know you knew that.
Can I make one fast comment? Can I make one fast comment?
Mr. Beck.
Yeah, as a 13-year teacher, level 3 teacher, the trick to it on those Wednesday afternoons is you want to create a culture of, for the teachers to want to be there, not to have to be there. Just a little comment.
And we started that by providing them lunch every day for the last 10 days of work. And man, they show up and get us whatever.
Oh,
they
Bribery
can.
works all the time. Yeah, it works every day.
So and I took your advice from last time and said, what are you doing for the teachers? And so we started Teacher Appreciation Week, and then really the last couple days there, they had steak lunches and chicken. So I took your advice on that, and and everybody, it was a awesome, amazing end to the school year.
Want to, not have to.
Commissioner Gibson, I've been in touch with licensure today or day before yesterday, and spoke with Dr. Amador this morning, and there's only one teacher who still has a licensure issue, but the school is working to resolve it, and she does have a license. She's a middle school math teacher who doesn't have her secondary math license yet.
And if I can update Madam Chair, she did pass the secondary math test. And so she's just waiting on the, she'll get the license in what, 10 days or something like that.
Which is more than I.
Yeah. Okay. So just a heads up.
Would not want me in a math class, please. Okay, result of the item number 11, result of the Title IX investigation. So that was a Title IX investigation that wasn't initiated by anyone to the school. It was a Title IX investigation that the school initiated. And that does not appear to be finalized.
It is now, Chair Gibson. Dr. Amador uploaded a letter from Cecilia Romero closing that complaint out. So the school has closed that.
Okay. All right. And that's going to be, that letter will be put in the folder so we can see it.
It's in the folder now.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks. Item number 12, finding 2023-001, financial close and reporting. So this is a series. So we've asked Betty, who did work with the school, to be on and give us a financial update. I think for the most part, these kind of lump into financial concerns. And I think it's just easier if we have Betty come on and speak to us, and then the school can respond to anything that she might have to say, because, I'm the one who doesn't balance her checkbook. So, I rely on, it's there. So, is Betty?
Betty is in the webinar.
Okay. Good afternoon, Betty. Thank you. And please, if you will, introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record.
Sure, my name is Betty Seeley. Last name is Seeley. I'm a retired school business official, and I am a consultant for schools and for the charter schools division.
So if you could just give us your best synopsis of the concerns that you feel you have with the school's finances, and also the level of concern that you have with them. I've read through what you have provided, and I appreciate it, but for a layperson, sometimes I just don't understand what that real level of concern might be.
Okay, so they had several audit findings last year. And as I looked through their audit findings, and I recently requested follow-up information to see if basically, I did like a mini audit of items from when they received their audit last November through the end of April to see if during this period they had improved their practices for what they received their audit findings from. And I found that there were really still a lot of concerns that they had not really fixed a lot of the areas where they received the audit findings, and that they were potentially going to get repeat audit findings in those areas for this current school year. So I don't know how much detail that you would really like for me to go into beyond my statement. As you know, I did send the report to you all. They got some audit findings for not submitting their ERB, RHC, and 941 reports correctly. And I analyzed their documents for this year, and those documents, they seem to have gotten on the right page with those. I don't know if they have resolved not voiding their stale dated checks. I had asked their business manager to send me their May bank statement reconciliation where he said they were cleared, and I did not receive that document. There are problems with them submitting their RFRs, which are the requests for reimbursement on their grants. There's some of the grants they don't seem to even be spending. And there are some RFRs that just haven't, at my last review of funds they are using, haven't been submitted to the PED. Regarding their cash receipts, there were many of them, all of them, that either I couldn't determine if their deposits were made timely or they were posting them to the incorrect account codes in their books. I did look at their USDA reimbursements, and it looked like they were doing a pretty good job in getting those completed and completed correctly. I looked at employee files that contain all of their required documents and signatures, and several of them had either the contracts or the background checks had been done after the beginning of the school year. A few of the background checks had been done several months after the beginning of the school year. I looked at their disbursements and their travel rates, and several people were paid incorrectly for their travel reimbursement, and several of the items, they had not done a PO before the purchase of their goods. And a lot of the items, they are just posting to incorrect account codes on their books. What was very concerning were their bars. They had several bars that were waiting for the head administrator to approve them. 6 of them were from, there were 6 bars that were entered in March, and they were entered by the business manager, and no further action had been taken on them. And basically what this does is it causes their expenditures to exceed their budget because they haven't submitted their bars correctly. There are many bars that had not been put into their accounting system. So once again, their accounting system is overexpended because they haven't updated their budget. And then most concerning, their cash report did not agree to their bank. And at 3/31, their bank was out of balance with the cash report, meaning that they told PED on their cash report that they had $167,429 more than what was on their books or in their bank account. And that was very concerning for me. So that's kind of all of those audit findings in a nutshell.
Thank you. Mr. Creo?
Thank you, Ms. Sealy. So I just starting on, item 12, and this kind of just stuck out to me now, you went through so many, where it says the general ledger, the variance of $7,059. The concern I have is a consistent variance between, the reports and the general ledger, and if it's a consistent variance, where are we finding it or not finding it? Why is it constantly reappearing in that dollar amount?
So what that means to me, without having to do a deep dive into their general ledger, is somewhere along the line, they were out of balance by $7,059. And it's consistent pretty much every month. And basically it means something was posted there at some point. And since that point, the payments agree to what they were supposed to pay. So the ins and outs every month of that account were correct, but there's this $7,059 error somewhere. And I was unable to investigate that. I just made that part of my notation.
When it first appeared?
It's been in there for a while, since where I started looking at the financials forward, it was there from the very first, which was, I believe, in November. So it goes back prior to November.
Okay, so a lot of this, it just appears to me, Commissioner Beck tapped me on the shoulder and said the same thing. It's like, one just has to ask the question, what's the business manager up to?
The business manager took over 2 years ago, I believe, and I.
Fall in that period, definitely.
No, well, what I'm saying is, I'm just saying, he's kind of, I guess the best way to put it, some of our RFRs, RFPs were 252 days out when he took over, and we've gotten them down to like 45. So I'm not too sure about this one. This is the first time I've heard about this ERB. But I know that I spend quite a bit of time with him going over everything. There were not a lot of policies in place, and I don't know how much that affects this here, but I know that we have been reconciling. We've taken the last year to reconcile a lot of financial stuff. There are no policies or procedures in place, so now we have a CPO that we put in place. So we are taking steps to remedy everything. It's just on these ones, like I cannot directly answer on that one for Mr. Masters.
I would just, I guess, I mean, obviously, when different things come up as audit findings or material findings consistently, I mean, that's a massive red flag. So I would just encourage you that the next time you're reporting on something like this, we don't want to see any of these things here. And so maybe it means he's got to work overtime or something. But, these are big discrepancies.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, so I kind of share Ms. Seeley's concern. Before I taught, I started teaching at 52. Before that, I had, my wife and I had our own business, and it was a pretty nice little business. I don't remember ever, and we did some pretty good business. I don't ever remember a cash report balance exceeding a reconciled balance. I don't even remember one that was over 25 or 30,000 for us. And this is 167,000 at the end of March. Well, to me, that's jumping right out at me. And I would question why that is such a, I mean, I would think an APS school size of Sandia wouldn't have anything near that. That's a concern. I mean, I'm just telling you, I know you've had your business manager for 2 years, but this is 331. So that's a concern.
Yeah. And I just have to echo that I don't think that's something that you're making up from last year or anything. That's a current alarming concern, that amount of money. So I don't know if, so Betty, let me just ask you, obviously the school has had this information. Your
Apparently, everything that I did, I got from information that the school sent to me.
So I guess it's an added concern if the business manager has not addressed that to the finance committee and the board. Because I think that's something that, needs to be looked at. So Betty, can you, so those RFRs that you said were late, were they this year's RFRs or are they beyond the school year? Do you know that?
Yeah, I looked at everything for FY '24.
Okay, so that, and let me just, so that is recent. And I
Yes.
just need a refresher because the school year is ending. So do those RFRs have to come in by June 30th in order to get payment?
Yeah, they would have to submit, I think I checked with another business manager on the deadline, and I think with the grants, the deadline for submitting their RFR is like July the 4th or the July the 3rd. It's very early every year with the federal grants.
Okay. So
And I
it's,
could-
yeah.
Yeah, I can
I
check
guess it's
here
probably
in my text here to see what that date was. Yeah, here we are. Or maybe it isn't here. Oh, here we are. It's July the, let's see.
Usually around the 7th or 8th.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, I think she sent me bars. So she sent me bars that I questioned, but it's usually very early, the first week of July sometime, to get all the RFRs in for the school year. Otherwise you lose all that money. And then it has to be transferred, the expenditures have to go into your operating fund.
Right, which is
And
slim.
that's a big burden.
Stretched. So, yeah, so we've identified at least two things that need to be clarified for the July meeting. It's the $167,000 variance. What, the status of that. I think that's something that the board certainly needs to know, and we certainly do.
If I can make a recommendation, I wonder if the findings on the, those far right side, they're kind of, they're broken down
Yeah.
very
I think it
concisely.
should be a chart.
I wonder if, if you can make a chart of each of these and that way you can just respond, make it very clear of this is also what we found, this is what we're doing, this is what we, and that way you can address each one of them. And
Okay, so as we're doing the other charts. Yeah, this one will be a little bit longer, but,
This will be starting on 14, number 14, because that's where the does not meet starts.
right.
So 14 through 17.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing is like reconciling the bars and the dollars. Well, yeah. 12 was,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
They really need to get
the rest
those
does not meet
bars.
also. I'm sorry, I saw the other
Yeah,
14.
12 is it does not meet.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Betty, were you saying something?
yeah.
Oh, I just said they really need to get those bars completed. I mean, from back in March, did the board even see these bars and that they were just not completed in OBMS, or were they not shared with the board at all? And then there was, and then a couple again from May. That's really concerning.
I think, I think this whole thing is a conversation that the finance committee at the very least has to, have a pretty frank conversation with the
Yes.
business manager.
Yeah, and if you'd like for me to offer an opinion, I really think this business manager just needs some really high intensity of training to be able to clear all of this.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and maybe that's something the governance council can look at.
Okay.
Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I'm just, again, from my background, I'm just going back, does this business manager have experience in charter schools and do they do other charter schools? This seems really unusual.
I'm going to ask the audience not to try to respond.
So from what I could tell, with the work that I've been doing with the Charter Schools Division, this business manager is only the business manager of this school and
Okay.
not of other schools.
So I'm going to correct that because I know, because I've been at a
Okay.
meeting with him. He's a business manager for a district charter school in Deming. That I know for sure. Whether he does any others, I'm not familiar with, but I know for sure that he is the business.
So he has
manager
experience
And
in,
has been with the Deming School for a number of years.
gosh, this,
Managing a district charter versus
It's
a
different.
state charter
Charter
is
is
very different.
yeah, because 3 and 2 is equal in 3 right here. It's not adding up to me. Okay, that's it.
But I do think the district takes some of the heavier lift off of business managers from district charters. And there's at least that support. And that's, yeah, this is a whole different ball game coming into a state charter for that. So Commissioner Carrillo?
So Ms. Sealy said that the business manager was going through some sort of training. Is that what I heard you say?
I know I would recommend
Okay.
that the business manager get some
Okay,
intense
so,
training.
and from my experience in the private sector and business and everything else is that you don't need a business manager that needs training. You're in a situation where you need a business manager that's also like a forensic accountant, somebody who knows how to drill down, see where money is and where it has gone. And it's not an on-the-job sort of a deal. And so, we're not involved in that stuff. That's for your board to decide. But from where I'm sitting, it's like, this is severe enough to go that route. And, Commissioner said to me earlier, it's like, there are things that are border on civil and there are things that border on criminal. And when you start talking about $146,000 or whatever, that's a lot. Needs to be accounted for. Yes, and so we'll look at it next month and see what your plans are.
Commissioner Ingham?
Try not to jump on, but I gotta say, I would love to see a sense of urgency, almost to the border of panic on this kind of report. That this is not as you said, this is not a time for a person to learn and have training. I don't know. I think this is egregious enough that if it was my situation, I would be in a mild panic, maybe even a heart attack panic, just to get this resolved. So I don't know, but I don't think I would be waiting any time at all to get a hold of somebody that can get this straightened out and get your reimbursements. I mean, you just got to get this done or you're going to go down for, it won't be anything with the PEC. It'll be a financial statement. Thank you. Yeah, the IRS. Ooh, icky.
Thanks. I mean, this amount of money is actually, and I'm not saying that there's fraud or malfeasance taking place. Well, when there's this kind of money, you don't, there's something wrong. And this exceeds the amount of money that the embezzlement that took 14 years to take place. So it's it's a striking amount of money that I'm not exact. I guess I'm a little confused as to why this hasn't come up in finance committee meetings, why the finance committee hasn't been able to see this. And maybe Betty can, because I'm not that person that looks at these reports. Is this something that a finance committee looking at business manager reports should have been able to see?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Okay. So that's worrisome if, who's not seeing what? Is it that some information isn't, I'm not saying it is, but is it a fact that there's some information that's not being provided, so the finance committee can't see it because it's not there for them to see? That's what so I don't know, but we're gonna be busy making charts. So we'll make a chart and it'll be clarified, hopefully.
Yeah, I just want to, I mean, obviously agree with everyone. I think like mild panic heart attack may be like kind of fair, but one of the other things that I know, reading school budgets is so difficult. I mean, it's so difficult. And so, one thing that, I mean, when I worked at the PED, we actually did family engagement. And this is going to sound crazy, but we trained families how to read school budgets because it's I don't know how you could possibly know like, oh, this line comes from here, right? And so just educate, that was our job, just educating families. If it might be something good to have someone trained and come train the whole governing board on how to like where every single little code comes from. I mean, it's difficult. It's really hard because, and a lot of times you don't know what you don't know until someone like gives you like a pretty in-depth training. But, that might be something that could be helpful just so that you can be like, hey, wait, we didn't see that. I didn't even know we needed to see this, or where is this? I mean, it's a very difficult thing to do. And as volunteers, you're not supposed to have this incredible expertise in how to read a school budget, but you can get trained on it. Yeah, I think I just don't want to see the priority on this academic progress be halted by financial issues, right? I mean, I know the priority of like, hey, we need to integrate academics. I've heard you say that many times of like, you guys, we got to do academics too. We got to do academics too. And I know I've heard this commission many times saying, we want schools like that, your school. You got to do the academics. And so it would crush me to have financials end up like you grow in these academics and then you get crushed by financial, after the hard work that the staff and students are putting in every day, to have your financials be the reason why everything crumbles down. I would just, that would crush me. So, I hope I know there's lots of folks out that can support. And so hopefully, I mean, I know she also said you're gonna get repeat findings because that's how it's gonna work. So for me, wouldn't stress about that as much as just figuring it out, course correcting and moving forward. And then because you'll always have that opportunity to be like, yeah, we got a red that year, we got a red over here, but this is what we did so we don't get it anymore. And I think we can be understanding of like how the audits lag, but giving us that narrative of like, we figured out what the root cause was of this, and this is how we're going to change it. That's the most meaningful thing that we can see in relation to this kind of information. Yeah.
I mean, if you don't get your RFRs completed, and there is a significant amount of money that isn't available of that $167,000, that is going to crush the school's ability to be able to move forward. Plain and simple. And yeah, that's always the heartbreak when we have those schools that have to make decisions because, you can't afford things. You're not going to be able to afford a school with that kind of, and hopefully you created a budget that was not an over projection, because that'll just be one more crushing factor. So we will have a chart for that. Oh, sure. Betty? So maybe we'll have a conversation with Betty on what we want the chart to look like after, yeah, but we will. So Betty, we'll be contacting you because we're looking for creating a chart that the school will be able to respond to at the July meeting in regards to the concerns that you've addressed in the corrective action plan.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome. Thank you for
Thanks.
allowing me to be here.
Oh, sorry. It's my fault. I thought at the end. Oh, gotcha. Oh, I'm sorry, because I was lumping that actually, that was me. I was lumping that into the financial concerns, because I think we will, because actually Betty addressed that in her financial report, that there wasn't a breakdown of the staffing and the funding sources. So we'll just include that into the chart that Betty's doing, and I had already mentally done that. Yes, yeah, because Betty had partly addressed that in her financial report, so I had already lumped that in, so that'll be part of the chart.
No, I'm glad we're going to have another chart, but in terms of this, so because it says we have to take a trip to the school and review all their files, find out like who's working there, how many FTEs,
No,
all that stuff.
No, no one has to take a trip to the school to do that. We're gonna work with Betty to create the form. The school will be able to fill the form out. No one is needed to go to the school and look at anything. The school should be able to do, their business manager should be able to do that.
All right, I mean, it was English on the page. It says cannot ascertain this without a trip to the school.
Right, so that's what, the school will respond to that.
Okay, I mean, okay.
Because, so let me just clarify, the school hadn't done it, so Betty wasn't able to do it on her own without a trip to the school.
Got it.
But we're going to, in that form, clarify everything that needs to be in there. The school should be able to do that. No, no. We are, but we're not.
Is this an off microphone discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
July 8th is the,
All right. I move that the PEC and CSD continue to monitor the progress of the updated corrective action plan of Alma del Arte Charter High School document 15B6 and the school to provide progress on the CAP to CSD by July 8th for the next PEC meeting in July.
Second. I was waiting for him to second. Yeah. There's a motion by Commissioner Byrd, a second by Commissioner Gibson. If there's no further discussion, roll please. Yes.
Do I make my comment before or after?
This is a vote. You had the comment time was.
Yes,
that.
or yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Armijo. Oh, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Commissioner Gibson, yes. Commissioner Carrillo, yes. I didn't have my thing on. Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 8, no. Yes, there are 8 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Motion passes. Rio.
And so the comment I would have, and I'm really happy on this, and I'm happy to, I'm looking forward to the report in July. A number of the concerns that were brought up on very early in these, in the CAP. I would just want to ask the board and you, Dr. Amador, to be sensitive with the community in listening and then taking action to correct the grievances. And we know that sometimes, 10 people in a school are the ones, or we know that there's often a lot of people that are silent or whatever, but just really taking into account challenges that you see, owning the challenge and fixing it. And a lot of that has to do, honestly, with all of the stuff that we learned at the indicators of distress and everything. Most all of it just has to do with open lines of communication and listening. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, very quickly, when will these charts be available to the school? Because
Aspirational. I'm going to say we should be able to start working on them on Monday and hopefully have them done. I don't know what Betty's schedule is, but I would hope that by at least the end of the day on Tuesday, we should have, and we'll get you, when one is completed, we'll get it to you, so you don't have to wait for all of them. So if one is delayed, if Betty's not available, and although that's a big one, we will get them to you as soon as we can. It's not going to take a lot to get them done. It isn't, but it does take folks time. If I could do it on my drive home, I would. There's some way we could do that. My car's not quite that good yet.
I'm creating a folder now. We'll do a forms folder. It's in the intervention folder. And I just uploaded into the intervention folder this document.
In case anyone didn't know, I like control. In case you're not sure. In case you're not sure. So, so thank you. We appreciate the time, and please, congratulations. Taste of Las Cruces is always one of those things I love to go to, and I'm really upset that I had to miss it, because it's just a great fundraising event to highlight a lot of talent in Las Cruces. So it's really a great event, and I'm sorry I missed it.
I have co-chaired that event since its inception. I'm in the Rotary Club, and when I was president of the Rotary Club, we started that event. And this is the first one I've missed in 16 years.
Oh.
So it was, but I was on the phone getting pictures all night last night. But so it was a big sacrifice on my part to be here and miss that event. I thought about coming up early this morning.
Right, it's a,
There's
it's a
no-
hard drive up
yeah,
early in the
I
morning.
know, so I couldn't do that, but it came off really well. I don't have a total, but all of the money that we raised goes to Casa de Peregrinos. And it looked like we were going to clear about 50,000,
Wow.
which is pretty
that's-
good for last.
That's great. The only thing, my pocketbook is happy. I wasn't there for the silent auction because it, it's too late, I think, isn't it? Yeah. A good friend of mine's in the Rotary, so I usually sit at their table. I did not know you were involved in it, so, but congratulations. Hold on. So, thank you. We really do appreciate this. Oh, sorry. Sit back down. Get back down. Well, there isn't. So item number 16 is the notifications of the governing board members. And this sits, a lot of it sits out, doesn't have to do with the OMA compliance. There's still, someone from the charter school division did do a chart. I think it was there last month. It's the same chart, I believe, this month. Missy, I don't know if you did it or someone else did it, of what's missing. There's still, you didn't find it? I found it at some point in time.
Are we doing the second?
You won't move it to next month, because there was a chart at one time that was provided in the documents. Did you get that chart?
The only thing that was lacking was from the Department of Justice and that document verifying that June 3rd meeting was in fact legit. And that's the only thing that I remember getting, because
Okay.
that would have cleared those
Yeah,
concerns.
no, it doesn't have anything to do with the OMA compliance. It has to do with paperwork that was missing for notifications. So, okay, and I know I saw the chart. I can't find it now, so someone must have removed it. We've got a chart.
Well, what we're waiting,
But that'll be a real easy chart because it's already created. We'll have it sent to you on, and it is by individual person and what hasn't been provided.
what we need is for the board to re-vote, because that was part of the OMA problem, was that the meetings where they voted on the new board members were not considered. So that's what we're waiting for.
Hold on, Madam Chair, actually, that's not true.
I know.
That's
And I-
not true at all.
And that's not what I was referring to. So we'll move this on. I saw a chart. If it's not applicable any longer, then we'll just vote next month that it's clear. But what I saw wasn't referencing anything to do with OMA and revoting because of OMA. So I will double check on that and we'll be clear on that. Okay? Yeah,
We'll put that in the form folder,
yeah.
which is in the intervention folder now.
Okay, so thank you. Now you can get up. Thank you. Yes. But take the rain, if you do get rain, take it down with you. No, we need it way more than you do. We are on to item number 17, discussion of possible action on changes to PEC approved forms effective July 1, 2024. And A is the transition year checklist, which we did do yesterday. So are there any concerns that took? We don't, KT's not on any longer, so we still have quorum. Are we good? Yeah. Okay. No. Okay,
We do not have Commissioner Manus.
okay, so we don't have quorum.
We do. No, we need that one.
Oh, we do. We have 6, yeah. There's 6 in, yeah, we're good.
Years back.
So 17A, I move that the PEC approve document 17A renewal application Part F for use in the September 2025 renewal cycle, and 17B transition year checklist for use for any transitioning school that may be approved in 2024.
Second.
We can do. Yeah. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. And item B is the conflict of interest form. And that was discussed yesterday with, all of our schools that get lease reimbursement already do it with PSFA. So, right. So I move that if a school receives lease reimbursement funds from the Public School Finance Authority, the school provide a copy of the annual conflict of interest form that the school provides to the Public School Finance Authority, to PEC, as part of their conflict of interest documentation required by the state charter contract.
I second.
A motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Carrillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are on to 18, report from the Charter Schools Division.
Thank you, Chair Gibson and Commissioners. First item is new applications received. We received 4 applications for new charter schools. Equip Academy of New Mexico in Albuquerque, Sacramento School of Engineering and Science in Alamogordo, Sun Mountain Community School in Santa Fe, and the Multilingual International School in Bernalillo. All of the applications are on the, oops, I'm not sharing screen, I'm sharing on the actual screen. Okay.
Commissioners, we have
All of
KP
the
Manus again.
I'm sorry, say that again?
We have Commissioner Manus again.
Quick question for Dr. Russell. Is,
Yes.
we have no reason to believe that one of these schools will drop out now, do we? I
We
mean,
have no
everyone,
indication so far, Missy?
everyone's kind of locked into the community input.
Yes, there's nobody.
Waiver.
The next step is that they will receive the report, as well as the commissioners will receive the report from the peer review team leads. If at that time somebody decides to withdraw, we will let the commissioners know.
Yeah, historically, the dropouts have come after the recommendations come out. And peer review plus the CSD recommendation. So so we're waiting for the peer reviewers report, and then CSD makes a final recommendation. And we see dropouts after. The CSD final report, I don't remember the date, but
It'll be in August. It'll be early August.
correct. Yeah, but the peer review report often influences applicants. Okay.
Okay. Next, we have CSD staffing update. This is an org chart of the CSD. The ones with the red boxes are vacancies. We have 3 vacancies. And the ones with the bright blue boxes are either promotions or new positions. And so 2 of our new positions are Ken Norris and Deanna Cerna, who are both with us today. So please come on up. And I will let them introduce themselves. Deanna is an authorizing practices administrator, the same position as Cheryl and Martika and Lucy. And Ken is the financial analyst. Kim Gonzalez is the replacement. Microphone.
Not on.
It needs to turn green. There.
There we go. Oh, yes, I can hear myself. All right. Good afternoon, Commission. I'm happy to be here with CSD. My name's Deanna Cerna. I was an educator for Rio Rancho Public Schools for 8 years, so I'm excited. Yes, go Rams. I am very excited to be part of the team. Thank you for having me.
My name is Ken Norris, and I have about 30 years of governmental and finance experience for many state agencies. And thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be part of this team. And again, thank you very much.
Welcome. We appreciate all your support, and I said it at the conference that just a couple of years ago, that stage would have barely had folks on it, and you spanned almost the whole stage during the introductions. So, very excited about the build out that is ongoing and the support that folks are able to offer to schools. We really do appreciate it. So thanks and welcome.
Thanks for joining us. Yeah, thanks for coming down. Enjoy your weekend.
And we were really lucky that they were able to start the week of the conference so that they could get that professional development and meet everyone and on board during the summer when it's not rush, rush, go, 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 and we could, really let them learn their job at a pace that they could absorb new information. So the two job changes are Ted Farnath, who has Missy's old job as TA and training administrator, and Samantha Ramirez, who was promoted from Karina's executive assistant to a business operations specialist. The three vacancies are Ted's old job, TA and training, Bianca's old job, because last month we announced that Bianca was promoted, and the other business operations position, Jessica Juarez's former position. So we're working on getting those posted. And then our final update is on the charter schools conference, which most of the commissioners attended. There's the Tierra Adentro students and Commissioner Klaus-Chillage. Oh, she's gone. So yes, conference updates. We had 314 attendees. There were more than 10 student presenters or attendees, including students who presented from the master's program, a singer, Angelina Barcena from the New Mexico School for the Arts, and the flamenco dancers from Tierra Adentro. Most of the presenters were from charter schools, plus a few national experts, including our contractors from Epicenter, who did 2 sessions for schools. And I'm happy to report that at the one I attended, the initial response from schools was very much like my initial response, not another system, please. And by the end of the session, just about everybody there had also drunk the Kool-Aid and was on board. We had 2 keynote speakers, Carrie Irvin on governing board practices, and Gerard Robinson, the lieutenant governor, spoke. He had to drive all the way from Silver City to make the conference because his flight was canceled. And Deputy Secretary DeBell was there. Lucy organized PED office hours for us, and that was a huge hit with our attendees. Just having people from PED sitting there available. We heard from charter leader after charter leader. Thank you for doing that. That was really helpful. We had 11 very generous sponsors. So if you had a drink at the social, say thank you to Ted for getting them on board. We had a photo booth, which was a lot of fun, and we have pictures of commissioners and school people and Missy posing with just about everybody there. We had a panel on renewal. We had one on the benefits of arts integration that received kudos in our survey. And our survey results, which are still coming in, So far, 100% of our respondents said they gained valuable knowledge at the conference and enjoyed it. 98% plan to attend the next one. 51% of schools want to participate in a student showcase or performance next year, so I hope to have more of those. And everyone agreed that, sorry, Missy, June is the best month to host the conference. And that's all from CSD. Ah, how many schools? No, I don't, but I can ask Bianca to get that for us.
If you're not from the area.
Microphones are off.
Okay. So we are on to now item number 19, which is report from the chair. And I don't have any new school issues to bring forward. Yeah, school's out. So, yeah. Yeah. But I do want to bring up two things that were part of the discussion yesterday. So in light of the information that was provided from the PED reimbursement people, I don't know what we're going to refer to them about, and clarification, because it was our understanding that reimbursement could only take place if a virtual meeting took 4 hours. That was, and that's in our rules of procedure, because we believed we were complying with statute, and apparently that's not so. Yeah.
So then in fully understanding what you're saying, if we have a virtual meeting that lasts 2.5 or 3 hours, you can still put in for that.
Yep.
Got it.
So the question becomes, in light of that information, can commissioners put in for reimbursement for meetings that took place this fiscal year? It would have to be done very, very quickly. I don't have the answer for that, so I'm asking if someone can get that answer for us as quickly as possible so we can get that information out.
Consuelo yesterday told me she was gonna get on that right away. That very issue.
I mean, I believe that, yes, she will look into it, but if it took place during this fiscal year, basically, if you were requesting reimbursement months after the fact, you still can request it. You just get at the end of the line after everyone who has requested it, within a few days.
But some of these might be 10 months ago.
If it's the same fiscal year, I think you still can, but Consuelo will look into it. Yeah.
So that people know what they need to do. Okay. And we,
Well, let me just say that we have documented the contract negotiations that were virtual, and then EC meetings are in my calendar if you need that. So let me know if I can help you. Yeah, a couple of the follow-up ones were virtual.
oh, yeah. you
Yes,
know,
one thing, it might have to be done during the, they have something called, gosh, what do they call it? The something window in August. If you don't make it, there's an adjustment window, because we may have to, if there's enough reimbursements, we may have to increase purchase orders for commissioners because there's more reimbursements so that might have to be done, and then it's done during the August adjustment window, but
Yeah, we're fine. It just, as long as we have clarity on the information, that's all we need. And the second piece is the annual reports and the partial annual reports. So I'm going to ask that the Charter School Division bring to the next EC clarity on that, and we'll decide whether we move forward on having those partial annual reports provided. And that would also include, the estimated dates for when they would be able to be completed. Okay? Is anyone from PCS&M? Okay.
Yes, and she's in the panel.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Just a few updates. We have an event, unfortunately.
Could you just state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Absolutely. Valerie Ratliff Parker. Last name is Ratliff-Parker, Deputy Director of Public Charter Schools of New Mexico. Thanks for the reminder. I've watched everybody do it all day long and I forgot. The events that we had, unfortunately, we had our leadership retreat, which was supposed to start on Sunday through Wednesday, was canceled as it was in Ruidoso with the fires that were happening in Ruidoso. We had it scheduled for the Inn of the Mountain Gods. The good thing is that we were able to reschedule it. All the presenters coming from across the country are able to reschedule for August. And the other good news is that we may at that point be able to combine both the leadership retreat and our facilities day professional development at the same time. So those are the changes for that event. Boston is coming up, the New Mexico Alliance, the Charter Conference, and we are hosting the reception for New Mexico because they have state receptions at the national conference. 67 New Mexico attendees RSVP'd for the session, which is great to have 67 people from New Mexico there. The commissioners were sent a calendar invite from Lauren. If you all want to look at your calendar invites, if you plan on going to Boston, we would love to have you. Commissioner Burt, Lauren noted that the email that the National Alliance has for you is incorrect, so we're not sure if you're receiving information from them or not. Hopefully you are. If not, I think she noticed you're not. Okay. So I think.
Yeah, my email was put in wrong during registration. So if you got it from the conference, it is wrong. And it's like wrong enough to where I'm definitely not getting emails, but my email on the website is correct.
Okay. So we just wanted to make sure that you knew that if you were
I haven't
wondering.
gotten anything at all from you, but yeah, it's because my email is wrong from the conference.
Okay. And the CSD conference, that was the other event we did. It was a great conference. Thank you, Charter School Division, for putting that on. We did have 4 sessions from PCS&M and agree with Commissioner Manus that the sessions were well put together. Feedback, Bridget also agreed that having the bureaus there from PED was outstanding. The recommendation is to possibly have the Budget and Finance Bureau there. That would be fantastic. And to have them and be able to answer a bunch of questions that some leaders were chasing us down for. So that would be great to have them there. Some CSP updates, 4 awards for August as a reminder, 2 expansion, 2 new that we will be awarding. The expansion grants, we have 17 applicants. They are due a week from today. So all applications will be due by next Friday. Application window will close for the CSP grant. We have 2 submitted applications and 15 in progress. For the new schools, as you saw, there are 4 new schools. All 4 of them are submitting an application for the 2 subawards that we'll be awarding for that. The advocacy work for this past month. Thank you again for meeting Commissioner Burt, Commissioner Beck, and Commissioner Brower, working with me on the lunch rule feedback. I think Lucifer was there as well. So we appreciate that collaboration and input. And I hope that we can continue with that partnership and collaboration for future advocacy efforts. And we're currently working on a very important and critical area of feedback to the Education Department regarding the state's ESSA plan amendments that they plan on submitting to the feds. But first they put out public feedback until July 31st on their amendments. The one we're focusing on is the Title I amendment, and the area they proposed revisions regarding its state accountability system and school support and improvement activities with changes to subgroups, minimum end sizes, establishment of long-term goals, indicators, annual meaningful differentiation, identification of schools, annual measurement, and continued support for school and LEA improvement. So we want to definitely provide feedback for those areas. And the other ones are disproportionate rates of access to educators and school conditions. So that'll be our advocacy focus for this next month. And that is all I have.
Okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
And I forgot to say that Commissioner Ingham and I did business hours together at the conference. I think it was on the agenda where it was. Commissioner Ingham. And Commissioner Beck looked out the window and said, yeah. We are on to, discussion and possible action on the legislative initiatives. We created the subcommittee. So we'll be reporting out on that. Excuse me? The names are there. Anyone who volunteered is tapped. Okay.
What is the difference between the policy and legislative subcommittee?
Legislative session.
Okay.
Right. No. Emergency session, no. No. Yeah. I don't think we fit into that agenda at all. It is about, yeah. No. Number 21, discussion of possible action to provide input to the chair or liaisons to speak on behalf of the PEC. I don't think anyone has anything. In case there are certain, like Commissioner Ingham has a vote on the subcommittee that he sits on. So there have been times, as an example, that the PSFA representative has said, this has come forward as an issue. I need some guidance on it. So that's why it's there. Number 22, PEC comments, reminding you that you don't have to feel obligated to say anything. Thank you very much. Number 23, discussion of new business topics. Number 24, move to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. No one's opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.